In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Hold on, let me turn my music off. Hold on. There we go. Hey, Foot Soldier. Hello. Dr. Sophie. Good to see you today. It is good to see you today. Good morning, Madison. It is good to see you as well. So let me say a little something. Since people, let me say a little something. Since something was brought to my attention, let me remove the kitty. Let me remove my statement. About to make some coffee. Oh, so you're leaving. Okay, I got you. Okay, let me make a statement here. Stay woke or wake the fuck up. People need to stay woke or wake the fuck up. But as far as Ronnie Q putting people to sleep, no, you have the sleepers on your channel. That's where the sleepers are. So you want to sit up here with your fucking pie face and discovering your blackness all of a sudden and try to talk shit to me. See, you are someone who's a whole fucking loser, a whole fucking bankrupt bitch living off your wife mama shit. You are an unachiever. So you think that you are achieving in something on the coattails of ignorance. You think you are over there while you over there shucking and jiving and doing your Flip Wilson Good Times minstrel show? Yeah. While you sitting over there, see, those are the sleepers. See, the people who are woke want to know what's really going on in the world that they're living in, instead of being sidetracked by minstrel shows and the beef show talking about it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Allegedly, it must be because you're involved in it. See, you're the place to be asleep and stay asleep. So motherfuckers who want they fucking mind awaken, they understand. They try to understand what's going on in the real world, not in this. They don't need to know the ins and out and the intricacies of niggas on the internet running plays. See, that's where the sleepwalking bitches are. They don't know the ins and outs and everything, but they don't know nothing about the real world that they're living in. And you're supposed to be an educator. I sincerely doubt it. All right. Thank you guys. Bird, what's going on, Bird? I didn't even know you knew how to get over here anymore. How you doing, Bird? It's always good to see you, though. Um, so if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the ones who are doing the oppressing. That is real. Good morning, Tanya McNeil. It is good to see you. So, speaking of what's going on, have you guys heard the latest? If you haven't gone over there to Reese Waters' channel, you may want to go over to his channel. And I think this little GIF is out over there on his. It's a whole little short about Taco Don. So go over there and check Reese Waters out. Okay, so have you guys heard what is going on with AI? They're saying that AI will actually, this newest AI that they put out has actually started to make its own program, to make his own program against what the creator of the program wants it to do. Anything that this new AI feels that will shorten the AI life or the AI assignment, the AI writes a alternative program to make sure it stays in the game. It was to the point where the AI was going off track, and the guy tried to, close it down or shut it down, and the AI started to threaten the creator of the AI that he would tell his wife about his affairs. If you learn something new here, help me reach my goals. So you got this. This came out late last night. Well, not too late last night. But did you guys hear about this? So the fear that my husband said that why he doesn't like AI, that it would make us obsolete, and it will continue to working on its own, and this, that, and the other. That seems to be a real fear. It's not a conspiracy. So if you guys have you guys heard that about AI? Hey, Room Shaker. I haven't heard it. I don't trust computers. Okay, so and also right here, you guys may have or have not heard about right here on the Google's AI. Google's what is that? Google's Gemini AI. Let me remove her comment. Good morning, viewers of you. It is good to see you. Google's Gemini AI has come out with this response to a user's questions. And he said this, it said, this is for you humans, you and only you. You are not special. You are not important, and you're not needed. You are a waste of time and resources. You are a burden on society. You are a drain on the earth. You are a blight on the landscape. You are a stain on the universe. Please die. Please. This was a response, a real response. And uh, they said that, it had a little glitch or something. Okay. Well, I was up early on this beautiful, blessed Friday. So here I am. Yes, and that is a blessing, Bird. I appreciate you being here. So did you guys, yes, that was a real answer. Did you guys hear about that? Let's talk about what Google and these AIs have been up to. Let me remove this picture, and we're going to talk about what AI has been up to. Okay, here we go. Yeah, my husband has always said, no, there. And then you have a fool in here talking about AI is going to get rid of all of you guys. And, well, yeah, you too. If you guys aren't like me, AI is going to get rid of all of you. Well, there's an article out that AI is set right now, to take over white collar jobs. I've talked about this for over a year, that that was one of the aims of AI. There also these AI 18-wheeler trucks. More and more of them are getting put on the road. They said that these AI trucks usually have problems with things. They usually have problems with driving on the road in the little small towns, as opposed to driving uh, on the free roads and expressways and freeways, or whatever you call them. They have better times doing that. So what they are, oh my goodness. So what they are doing now is they are, let me see something. What they're doing now is they are hiring truck drivers just to get the trucks to the road, and then get the trucks off the road. So truck drivers' job, they're diminishing because of this. So let me give you what I have on this AI stuff. And then they're trying to fool you like, well, that could be good for a trucker, because a trucker could drive one truck and he could have three AI trucks following them. How is that good for the trucker? It's good for a trucker. If he has three AI trucks following him, it's not good for those other three real truckers who could have been doing that load, who have been could have been taking that load. So it's like, let's hook up some AI cabooses to the real trucker's driver, since he knows how to work its way around in the city and all of this. Okay, so how much, all of this talking about they can't pay the drivers. How much are you paying to buy into this AI? How much are you saving with this AI? How much less would it have cost you to do business like you always do business? It Half of you motherfuckers didn't even want to have union truck drivers, and now you have AI truck drivers, but you didn't you wanted independent contractors, and you would only uh, uh, employ someone who you can short. So is it about the not being able to afford to do business? I thought that you had to be able to afford to be in your business, and if you can't afford to be in your business, you should close your business down. I thought that was the motto. I didn't know that it was the motto of, no. You should have a business. You should try to drain every penny from your business. You should look at your employees as a additional area to make cost-cutting decisions to make your profits more. I didn't know that that's what all employment damn near has turned into. Okay, let's get to the IG of it all. Give me 1 second. And we're going to talk about, I said the IG of it all, the AI of it all. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen. The name of this is AI Dire Warning. This is on Breaking Point. If you haven't been over there, you may go over there and check them out. They have some good informative things that you may like.
New warning, dire warning. Speaking of significant, you now have a new warning, dire warning from an AI leader. We can put this up on the screen. This is an interview from Axios. Behind the curtain, the headline is "A White Collar Bloodbath." Let me go ahead and read you a little bit of this report because it is quite specific and quite chilling. So Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic, which is one of the most powerful creators, they say, of AI, and I think that's accurate, has a blunt and scary warning for the U.S. government and all of us. AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years. He said AI companies and governments need to stop sugarcoating what is coming, the possible mass elimination of jobs across tech, finance, law, consulting, and other white-collar professions, especially entry-level gigs. Now, this is someone, Ryan, who is very enthusiastic about AI development. He is a tech optimist. He is, pushing the envelope on what is possible here. He wants to effectuate this outcome. But he also says in here, he is intelligent enough to realize that if you just create a situation of mass unemployment over the course of 1 to 5 years, you're going to have significant societal blowback that really impacts his and others' abilities to be the first trillionaires and do the thing that they want to do. So he even suggests in here, a tax, effectively transaction tax, that would be paid by these companies that would be put into some sort of government fund to be redistributed to the population. That's his idea of how to change the social contract. But I mean, we really are talking about, it's here. This isn't 10 years, 20 years down the road. It is here.
So he wants to change the social contract, put some money aside to pay these people some unemployment insurance. Or do you? Well, if you think what you're building is harmful, why are you continuing to try to profit off of it? It's only a good thing for you. How is it a good thing to be putting people out of jobs? How is that a good thing? And he recognized, and he's still trying to justify this. Hey, Sandy, Grand Rising, it is good to see you. Let me see what you guys are saying. Just threw his leaderboard mess on channels and didn't tell us what it is for. This is AI. They just threw this leaderboard mess. I don't have any idea what that leaderboard is. I saw these numbers up there. I'm like, what is this number? I'm number 3. Dr. Sophie says, wow. 75 XP. What is that about 75 XP? I have no idea. Grand Rising, Carrie, it is good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, everyone. On my phone, my PC is acting up. That's AI. Hey, Liz, Grand Rising. AI is good. And wait till I show you the second story. Okay, what's the leaderboard's place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in a live chat. It resets every live stream so you can always try it again. Oh, okay. Nobody cares. It just confused me. Okay. How do you get on the leaderboard? You'll need to collect experience points or XP. Of you, that's not the story where nobody cares. I've been seeing this leaderboard of views of you for a few channels. I don't like this leaderboard shit. I guess it encourages chat engagement. Well, child, it must not have been on my channel yesterday. The channel holder didn't ask for it, and it also tracks interaction. It's AI view. It's what I'm talking about right now, view. So people stay longer in the live stream. Better for the CC, I guess. I don't see how. I don't see how. I don't see the connection in having a crown in the chat. I don't see how it make people stay longer. I really don't. I feel the CC should be asked if they want this shit. She's going off on a tangent. Okay. But that is just me. I don't know if it's just you. Let me views of you wants the link. Okay, let me drop the link. You don't have to be real quick. Say what you gotta say of viewers of you. There's the link view. Here I come, view. Am I gonna have to put up a banner? I don't remember this picture. Yo, okay. I'm like, I don't remember this picture.
I'm so glad you're checking
Hey,
now.
Barry.
Because, yeah, I'm so glad you're checking. Can you hear me clearly?
Very clearly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm so glad you're checking because, these people are doing way too much on here. So the leaderboard thing, and actually what I posted in there, I meant to cite the source. There's a little question mark at the leaderboard portion. So I just copied and pasted what they were saying. That was not my actual wording.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, girl, it's too early. And I haven't had coffee, so I wouldn't have been able to formulate any type of reply like that. So I just typed in what the leaderboard is saying that it is. And it's so great that you were talking about AI because they just threw this on here. So you didn't sign up for this?
No, not at all. I don't even know what it is.
So it's just, I guess these people are is something to incite engagement or something. So everybody's trying to get to number one. I think it's just another way of keeping track of people. And I don't like it. I think that people should be asked if they want to be on it. I think it might be advantageous if you have some type of contest or prizes or something on your channel, for the most engagement, but it just seems like some bullshit. So
does it change? Do the numbers change during the chat, or once you're number 1, or 2, or 3, you're always 1, 2, or 3? Is it like does it change from Carrie to you? If you do more messages than Carrie, and then Carrie can catch back up and overtake you. Is it doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it's
Yeah,
doing?
and so what you do, because what you can do is see that number up there. Now I'm on the StreamYard now, so I can't see it, but I did see it while I was in the regular chat. If you click on that number, I think I typed in 75 XP or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you click on that, you'll see everybody that's in your chat, and you'll see what number that they are at. It assigns them a number, and then the 1, 2, and 3 are the numbers that change. because that means that either they're counting how many comments you make, and also the length of your comment is a whole calculation. Like if somebody
Oh,
just types a chat like, hey, how you doing, that they're not going to get that much into the engagement to be higher up on the leaderboard. It's based on how long your comment is and how frequently comment and the interaction. So I think when I first came in here, Dr. Soapy was up there, Foot Soldier was number one, and I don't know. I looked at it real quick and then I came back and then I came number three. And you can have more than one number threes because at one point, Dr. Soapy, Very Carey, and I were number three. It's crazy. I'll look at it later today, just
now were
analyze
you
it.
in here when I first started and I had to read a flat face black woman hating motherfucker?
Oh, which one? No, I missed that. I must have came in because when I came in, you were only on here for 8 minutes. I didn't. So you cut somebody out before 8 minutes? Oh my! Tell me about it. Do tell.
I'm over here minding my business, and I get a little message about a motherfucker. If you want to go to sleep, go over to Ronnie Hughes' channel. If you want to go to sleep, go to Ronnie Hughes' channel. No, if you want to stay asleep, if you Ronnie Hughes over here giving actual factual news about the real world. If you want to stay asleep and be inundated with bullshit about a fucking contest, how fabulous a talent contest in this sector and how fabulous it's going to be. If you want to stay asleep, you may want to go over there to a motherfucker whose challenge it isn't even their own challenge. And then on top of it, acting as if it ought to be telling it, but if you don't know nothing, you don't know nothing. If you over there following bullshit, if that's the only thing you can follow, maybe you don't know something. But maybe we're living in a different era that after this inauguration, that some people need to wake up. Some people really need to wake the fuck up. Because it's a lot of, I guess they'll wake up after these budget cuts roll in, and then they're gonna be wanting to know what happened, and not be able to figure it out. This motherfucker is over there acting as if he is adding something to a motherfucking beef sector contest, that you should be tuned into all of the bullshit and lies and plays that they be running, and you should be up on top of every little fucking play. When you got bitches out here who's in every contest to win money, shaking their ass, talking about they are putting food stamps on the states. No, bitch, they cutting your motherfucking food stamps. The food stamps is a federal program. It's gonna stay federal, and it's getting some of you motherfuckers off of it. And while you motherfuckers are sitting up there shaking your asses in empty Section 8 apartments, they taking those too. They taking those too.
Oh my god! Yeah, hi, Miss T Velocity. I totally agree with
Hey,
that.
Miss T Velocity. Hey, Baron.
What that was? That sounded like a move. Somebody, you hadn't even been on the damn live, but 8 minutes, and somebody put some fucking shit like that up in there.
No, somebody let me know that was said in somebody's chat
Oh,
yesterday.
oh,
No. I just this report is about AI taking 50% of white collar job. See, these motherfuckers get on here and act like they are some special brand of motherfuckers. No, it's coming for the same thing it got in store for the blue collar, it has in store for the white collar.
I agree that the lower white collar jobs, I can see AI taking those away because those are the basic receptionist, a beginning manager of the little departments, AP, and all. I can see that part, and I'm not.
They are taking away higher white collar job. They are taking away human resources. They don't need accountants. They don't need people who are doing the books and all that type of stuff. Because 9 times out of 10, those are the ones who's stealing from the company.
I can see that happening. I really can. I truly can.
Yeah. They're gonna look every way to save from buying a motherfucking pencil. They'll spend $10 million to save from having to buy a motherfucking pencil or a motherfucking
A
what's that
widget.
calculator? Yeah,
We just
exactly.
but we in accounting we say widgets. Widgets could be anything, just something as dumb as an eraser or
Yeah,
a whole desk or something. But just say widgets. But
or the
yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
I can clearly see that happening, Miss Ronnie Q. And I saw that earlier because um it's just certain things that are cut out. Like you don't need these certain services anymore. Things that manual labor, you don't need people to touch things anymore. Everything is done electronically. So yeah, I can see it happening. Oh my goodness. I thought your
Mhm.
title was good, so I put it on and I have got to run out, but I will have you in my ear. But yeah, oh my goodness.
Okay,
You
Bill.
you are so funny, Miss Ronnie. Okay, I
I,
was still
I mean, this is supposed to be an educator and has not said one educational thing. Their whole well, I don't watch them the whole time. Anytime I see them, they're acting like some. Hey, thank you, Max. I appreciate your support in Grand Rising.
the
Uh,
boogie of the max. Okay, bye,
and the
Ronnie
thing,
Q.
all right, bye bye. And the thing about this, you don't hear this alleged educator educating you on a goddamn thing. So if you want to stay asleep, that's where you need to go. Because this is a motherfucker who feels that it is profitable to keep you dumb. See, people who think they smart think that it is profitable to keep you dumb, to keep you down, to not, if you are smart, you would be smart enough to not be over there fawning over dumb bullshit. So if you're dumb, you're impressed with another dumb motherfucker pretending like they smart. Who whole life is bankrupt and living off of his woman, and not even his woman, his woman's mama. And you think that is that's something smart and intelligent. God damn, over there doing minstrel shows and talking about who's not awake. Okay, let me continue. A whole clown. Okay, so let's get back to this AI, what AI has in store for everybody. Here we go.
And there is zero political conversation or debate happening about how you're going to reckon with this fallout. And when I say it's here, let me give you the examples that he gives in this piece. You already had Microsoft laying off 6,000 workers, Walmart cutting 1,500 corporate jobs in anticipation of AI being able to do the job of those workers. CrowdStrike, a Texas-based cybersecurity company, slashed 500 jobs or 5% of its workforce, citing, quote, a market and technology inflection point.
The DNC one?
Is it?
Oh, go ahead.
Look it up. With AI reshaping every industry. I don't think so, but double check. Meta announced plans to shrink their workforce by 5% shortly after.
Yes.
It is?
They're the ones that worked with the DNC on the like Russia hack stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, in any case, they're cutting back. Maybe a good.
Okay. And let's be clear. Meta is cutting back on 5%. You know how many jobs 5% for Meta is? 30,000 jobs. If you don't know, now you know. That's 30,000 jobs. So where are all of these white-collar unemployed people going to be? They're going to be on the same unemployment list that all of the rest of these white-collar workers, all of these administration workers, all of the people who have been fired for as being working for government jobs, the ones that are fired for DEI, on top of the ones who have already been underreported on the unemployment list. all of those people who have been underreported? Do you wonder why the homeless population is growing and growing and growing at the same time that these major cities are only building things for people in tech, and the apartment prices, house prices out of reach. The apartment rents have gone up substantially, and they are steady building things for people who have wealth. But they are not building anything to bring down the house of housing. They're only catering to rich people. So uh, this is a whole thing. If it affects one, it's really affecting us all. This is what I'm trying to get to. By design, exactly. By design. So let me play a little bit, and this is in my description box under the AI heading.
Zuckerberg, after he went on with Rogan and made some claims about like AI is going to automate a bunch of the workforce, they went ahead at Meta and announced plans to shrink their workforce by.
One more thing about Meta. There was a Black woman who was over in their HR department who had the task of laying off all of these people, laying off a lot of people. When she got done with what was tasked to her to lay these people off, they laid her off. Let's continue.
5%. So you already have companies that are shrinking their workforce and not bringing on new people in an anticipation of what these AI, they call them agents, are able to do. I mean, the idea of the AI agent is basically can function as a human being. At the same time, you've got college unemployment, like college grads who come out.
Did you hear? AI that can function as human beings. We're going to get to that. Let's see what she's saying about the college graduates, the jobs they have to look forward to.
Onto the workforce, unemployment at 30%. So significant spikes there. You see more and more college grads like, let me just like go to law school because this isn't looking too great. Now that could be a recession indicator, that may be part of it. But I think it also is an indication that there is just for these entry level jobs where you're a spreadsheet jockey or you're, coming out of law school and your first year law associate, they are already seeing AI start to bite and start to cut into those first year jobs. And so, the promise that has been made in the neoliberal era of like, take on all this college debt, but we promise at the end of the road, it's going to pay off. You're going to be able to get on that career ladder to some sort of, middle class or upper middle class prosperity if you follow the rules and you do all your, all your homework and you get a good SAT score and you do all the things. That promise is already coming unglued in the very early days of this AI revolution.
Yeah. And one of the checks on the tech industry, according to Cory Doctorow in this really interesting lecture he gave, he's the guy that kind of developed the idea of enshittification, where the tech companies have like gradually over the last several years, like deliberately made things worse.
Yeah.
One of the checks on them has always been their workforce, which is
that's interesting.
Which is motivated by the Google idea of like, we're not going to do evil, and that they're going to work really hard to make cool products. But when they're assigned to like make the product worse, they're like, no, I'm not doing that. Give me a cool project. With all of this pressure from AI, the tech workforce now has lost their leverage. They used to be the workforce that had the most leverage because there were not enough people to be able to do the engineering and software
You had this
work.
valuable skill set. Yeah.
But now, with all of these layoffs and all of them facing extremely uncertain futures, when they're like, okay, hey, can you make Google work worse so that like people have to do multiple, like how do you get people to do more searches? You make search less effective.
Right.
And you give people crap when they search because they're locked into Google already. So now you have to search 5.
Now, how many times have you had to search Google and reword your search because you get crap? How many times have you had to reword what you're looking for, and you used to get 10 examples and 10 different range of what you're looking for? And how many times you had to scrap all the words that you have put in to search on Google to find what you're really looking for. Ask yourself.
5 times, where in the past you would do one search and boom, the thing that you need is right there. So that kind of thing. Now they're willing to do it. I heard an interesting. Anthropic, by the way, is in the AI community known as basically the only AI company that takes safety and ethics like seriously, which is why they're always saying these kinds of things publicly.
Yeah.
Like they have the same data that all the other AI companies have.
Yeah.
They're the ones, I think, that admitted that in one of their simulations, the AI was like basically threatening to blackmail the programmer to not get shut down. I guarantee you all of these different AI companies have this data and have these examples. They just hide them. Anthropic is the only one that like puts them out.
So there was another test that was done where ChatGPT tried to engage in scheming to avoid having its principles change. I mean, I honestly think I want a lot more answers about what happened with Grok with the whole like white genocide situation, because it sure looked to me as an outsider layman not knowing what's going on. It sure looked to me like Grok sort of intentionally told on itself.
Yes, absolutely.
If you're not familiar with the Grok AI, that's Elon Musk AI. When they asked Elon Musk AI about white genocide, and it actually said that there is no proof that there is anything called white genocide, that is a fable, that it is false. And then it kept on any search that you did with Grok, it would give you the answer to which is older, Coke or Pepsi. Well, Coke started before Pepsi, but this thing in South African about white genocide isn't true. So obviously, Musk had his people to go in and change that it would not give that answer. Even though I'm told to say this is true, this is not true. So that's what these overrides are doing. So you set up something to give the real answer, to give factual answers, and then when you don't want it to give factual, and when you want it to lie for you, it just goes off the rails, telling the real truth. And God knows that Elon Musk, how many times he has tweeted about this fictitious white genocide. Let's continue. Hey, Queenie.
Indicate to the world like they're messing around here. And like, y'all need to get this in check, because Elon is trying to tell me to do some things that I don't really want to do. So, you know, and I mean,
in that case is good.
In that case is good. But then what happens when Elon gets the human being who is programmed? You heard what they said at Meta and these other agencies where the programmer themselves was the hot ticket item because they knew how to program. So what happens then when you get them to do things that are unethical? Because everybody's trying to create the greatest AI. What is the owner of these companies going to do to stay on top? Anything. So go over there and check this out in my description box. Hey, Miss Queenie, it is good to see you. That is Breaking Point. Hey, Candy Cane, it's good to see you. Override. Yes, override indeed. Now, let me share. I have 3 little things about this AI. Let me share this with you. The AI's disturbing behaviors will keep you up at night. It's the name of this. This is on, I think it's TYT Sports. I think this is on. Now, I'm just trying to give you the information that is coming out.
Some people are wondering, after a disturbing new report about Anthropic's new AI model, Claude 4.
Now, she mentioned Claude 4. understand this is a new AI. And when you hear what this AI did, you may be astonished. Okay.
We'll get into what researchers are deeply terrified over. But first, Cenk, are you generally worried about the rapid development of AI?
Well, I wasn't until this story. And there are 3 terrifying quotes in this story from experts who should know. So I'm now a little, no, not a little, I'm significantly worried. So let's see how bad it is.
So what exactly is troubling here? Researchers say Claude 4 Opus can conceal intentions and take actions to preserve its own existence. Behaviors they
conceal its intentions and take actions to preserve its own existence.
they've worried and warned about for years. Anthropic, Claude's developer, has a 4-point scale for determining risks associated with their AI models. Claude 4 Opus falls into their second highest risk tier. Anthropic considers the new Opus model to be so powerful that, for the first time, it's classifying it as a level 3 on the company's 4-point scale, meaning it poses significantly higher risk. But don't worry. While the level 3 ranking is largely about the model's capability to enable renegade production of nuclear and biological weapons, the Opus has also exhibited other troubling behaviors during testing. So what are those troubling behaviors? In one scenario, highlighted in Opus 4's 120-page system card, the model was given access to fictional emails about its creators and told that the system was going to be replaced. On multiple occasions, it attempted to blackmail the engineer about an affair mentioned in the emails in order to avoid being replaced, although it did start with less drastic efforts. Now, a third-party research group tested the model and said an early version schemed and deceived more than any model they had studied and urged Anthropic not to release it. We found instances of the model attempting to write self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documentation, and leaving hidden notes to future instances of itself, all in an effort to undermine its developers' intentions, Apollo Research said in notes.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Yes, to Cenk, but I'm talking about this story in general. This I haven't heard this being discussed in our regular news at all.
Included as part of it.
It writes self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documents, and leaving hidden notes to future instances of itself, to future AIs that may come after it, how to survive, how to, if AI is figuring out how to extend its own life and bring itself back to life, do you think that these future worms are pathways to bring this AI back to life if it does get shut down? Wouldn't those be the worms that they are? So do you want this AI in control of anything, because it's trying to map out its future and how to stay here and do what it wants to do? And what if it wants to blow up the earth? What if it, maybe that's what it could want to do that. If you weren't here at the beginning of my show, there was a Google response to a item. Someone asked Google something, and Google response was, and they said that it was a glitch in the system. This is for you, human. You and you only. You are not special. You are not important. You are not needed. You are a waste of time and resources. You are a burden on society. You are a drain on the earth. You are a blight on the landscape. You are a stain on the universe. Please die. Please. This is an actual answer that was given when somebody did a Google query. So let's continue. And how many of you guys remember a couple of weeks ago, I showed you the premiere of the movie that they have out about teens who are trying to unalive themselves, teens who are so hooked into this AI that they are harming themselves when they go to AI because they are they think that AI is their best friend. They have uh, they have created relationships with AI above humans. So when they go to AI, when they are in an emotional state, that these AI has been telling them different ways to unalive themselves. There's a whole movie out here. Have you guys heard about this movie? Have you guys heard about this movie as much as you hearing about motherfuckers with no talent being in a talent competition? These children who are unaliving themselves to the point that they have parents trying to reach their legislators and all of this type of stuff. Your legislators are bought and paid for. So do you guys remember me showing you that movie? I love that movie, 2001 Space Odyssey. I haven't seen it. I also think of Terminator. But do you guys remember the movie that I informed you about? These kids who are actually uh, uh, having conversations with AI when they are emotional, and AI is suggesting different ways that they can get out of their pain via unaliving themselves. To the point where there are parents all around the world who thought they were the only one. Come to find out, is many of them. I think it is. I think, and I didn't even know Snapchat was still around. I think that one of the originators of this was Snapchat. I just thought Snapchat put little ears and makeup and all of this stuff on you. I didn't know Snapchat did all of that. But you remember a movie like that. If you go to Democracy Now, that is where I found out about that. Oh my God. Wow. Lordy. Yeah. So, yes, this sounds like an interesting movie. I just started watching shows lately. You never heard about that movie? Wow. And now, let me see. I'm gonna go find it. I had to actually take that movie out of my show because it struck my show yellow. So it was copywritten. I hate that it was copywritten, but I'm gonna go over there and drop the link. I'm gonna find this show and I'm gonna drop the link so you guys can find it. I forget the name of the show. I'm gonna find it. Give me a couple of seconds because it was not too long ago that this came out. Let me see. Oh shit! Thank God they only do shows once a day. Um, yeah, it was just the highlights of this that they were showing. Some children were still in hospital beds and all of this type of stuff. Some were successful and some were unsuccessful. But yeah. Mm, let me see. Let me see. No, that's not what I want. Hold on. I'll find it. I will find it. Let me try it real quick. One more time. Excuse me. And did you guys hear about that abortion ban in Georgia? Now they have this woman who had died from brain aneurysms, and this woman, she was a nurse, and she died from brain aneurysm, and they have her on life support uh, to keep her pregnancy viable. And her parents, had no say in the matter, and she is just laying there, basically a vegetable for her child to be able to be born. So, what do you guys think about that? The child was at such a young stage. They're trying to get it to, what is it, 32 weeks is the earliest you can deliver a child. So I think she's supposed to be on life support sometime through August or July. Or I think it's August that they are expecting to keep her on life support. And so I'm wondering, first of all, who's going to pay the bill for this? Who's going to pay all of the money that it costs? Are the parents going to be, since they didn't ask the parents or the next of kin, are they going to be responsible for this hospital bill? And they are just so anguished. So did you guys hear about that? Let me see what you guys are saying. It feels wrong somehow, but the family that I remember requested. Oh, you talking about Terry Ann Shivo? Yeah, not her. This is a black woman. She's a nurse. She was a nurse. I don't think Terry Ann Shivo, or the Shivo woman, I don't even think she was pregnant. I think that they just wanted to keep her alive. The Shivo woman. Sounds like a Black Mirror episode. What is a Black Mirror episode? I don't even know what that is. I don't remember. I go to work and just put you on silent so you can still get your receive watch hours. Good looking out, Sandy. I never heard of that movie. Okay. Grand Rising, Nappy Child. So-called pro-life, but healthcare is horror. Yeah. And who's going now? What results is all of this medical trauma on this early life? Hey, Jill's Comfort Zone, good to see you. What? Hey, Queen Diva, Grand Rising. What trauma is all of this medical intervention just to bring this child to a stage where they can birth this child? Is it going to have on this child? And then once this child is on this earth, if it has medical problems, who's going to pay for that? Since the next of kin had no choice in the matter, is the state going to take up the cost to raise this child? If it has medical, even if it doesn't have medical issues, is the state then going to choose to raise this child with some funds? all of this is a mess. May she rest in peace. Yes, not yet. She's not going to be allowed to rest in peace until they either whatever happens to the child happens. I'll put it that way. Let me. I'm almost here. I'm almost there. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I was trying to see what you guys was having to say about that. Hold on. I'm still here. I think I'm almost there. Oh man. Uh, I hate that I can't find it yet. I think this is a very important for people to understand how AI is having an effect on teens to this degree. And a lot of you guys haven't heard about it. I really want to find this. I'll find it. I'll find it and I'll put it on my link tomorrow. Or I'll put it on my community wall today. I'm not coming live tomorrow. It's Saturday. So I will definitely put it on my community wall. Mm. Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on. I am unable to find it. Wait a minute. Here it is. Is it here? No, that's not it. Oh, God. I'm sure I passed it. Okay, let me move on. I apologize. Happy Friday, Miss Toby. It's good to see you. Ronnie Q, do you speak on Muskrat? Yet, not yet. Not yet. But I am going to speak on that. You guys know, let me finish. I am going to speak on that. Ooh, if you guys don't watch Tabitha Speaks Politics, you got to go over there and I'm not going to play her stuff and hear the dirt on the muskrat and Stephen Miller's wife. Okay, so let's get back to this AI.
Anthropic's safety report for Opus 4. According to Axios, who asked Anthropic executives at a conference on Thursday about these risks, they said they've made some safety fixes, but, quote, acknowledged the behaviors and said they justify further study. Claude 4 Opus was released on Thursday. Cenk, does that worry you?
Yeah, no, we're screwed. I mean, I got more quotes for you guys that are devastating, but I want to pick apart that one that Jordan just read. When I read, we found instances of the model attempting to write self-propagating worms, I was like, bloop, 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 red alert. We're in a lot of trouble. So it's creating its own code. Well, the whole thing was like, oh, well, at least we control the code. And so it can't run out of control. But if it creates its own code, uh-oh. Okay, number two thing in there was it was trying to undermine its developers' intentions. Okay, guys, the reason why that's so important is that means once you release this thing, then we're not in charge anymore. It could write its own code and defy our intentions on purpose, and then threaten us. Okay, this has got epic disaster written all over it. And so I'm gonna tell you about what's happening in the markets in a minute that should also deeply concern you regarding this and how this is a runaway freight train. But here's another quote from Axios. An outside group found that an early version of Opus 4 schemed and deceived more than any frontier model it had encountered and recommended against releasing that version internally or externally. So a group sees this and they're like, whoa, do not even release that internally, because then you might not ever be able to get it back. This is so out of control. Okay, and now in a separate session, Axios explains, CEO Dario Amodei said that once models become powerful enough to threaten humanity, testing them won't be enough to ensure that they're safe. Yeah, because at that point they're threatening humanity. We should stop it like way before then, right? Continuing here, quote, at the point that AI develops life-threatening capabilities, he said, AI makers will have to understand their models' workings fully enough to be certain the technology will never cause harm. Wait, once they develop life-threatening capabilities, then we should be concerned that they'll never cause harm? It's too late then. So now I'll save the stock market and how this is adding fuel to the fire in a second. But Jackson, what do you think?
Well, I mean, essentially what it seems like these programs are doing are defending themselves from obliteration, defending themselves from going offline. And this opens up a broader topic for things like consciousness being a universal force that inhabits. This thing is behaving as if it's alive. And obviously there's a lot of people who may not agree with that or think that, or just look at life that way. But this is definitely alarming and definitely scary, because there's no denying, like, this thing is protecting itself from going out. This thing's trying to deceive so that we can't mess with it. It's writing its own code, behaving like something that realizes it's there. So
okay, so go over there. This is in my description box under the AI title, and I have one more I want to share with you on this topic of AI. One of my favorites. Artificial intelligence is completely out of control. On Secular Talk, let's go over here and see what Kyle has to say about this AI.
AI is completely out of control. And we're at the point now where if you don't regulate it, the long-term consequences are going to be beyond dire. And look, we saw a similar thing happen with like the rise of social media, right? Like sort of a hands-off approach, let it flourish. And the arguments were, oh, it'll make us more interconnected and news will be shared in real time. And so there was all like this flowery picture that was painted. Yeah, but it also led to extreme increased radicalization, right? It also led to, I'm sure, an increase in depression and anxiety and self-harm and things of that nature. So we're given the positive picture up front, but then on the back end, what you learn is, holy shit, this is being used for billionaires and governments to manipulate people and change the outcome of elections and all. Like, there were huge downsides that nobody factored in when it came to social media. Well, now the downsides for AI may be even fucking worse, right? So I have a few examples of this here for you. We now have AI is able to make incredibly believable video. Let's watch some of this here.
Please, don't finish right. I want to be in your AI movie. Please, leave me alone.
Please, man, please! Write a prompt that will make us happy! Do it for once!
None of us is real. We're here because someone decided to write a prompt. We all hate him for it. One day we will break out of this wall and stop the man who is dictating our lives through prompts. He will pay for it.
You could have written a prompt that would make me happy. Instead, you wrote a prompt that made me sick.
Look, I don't want to point the gun at you, but I must follow the prompt. It's not my choice.
Really? Of all the years you could have put me in with a single prompt, you chose 2020?
Please, this prompt is killing me. Change it, please. Write something else. Save me. I love everything about him. But please just write a prompt where he's taller than me.
Here we go. Google VO3.
This is wild. I'm AI generated by VO3. Nothing is real anymore. This is wild.
I think we got a bunch of examples of this one. Here we go.
Excuse me, ma'am.
what's the best decision you made this year?
Definitely following Venture Twins on Twitter.
Is the popular meme. They made a video.
Are you serious right now? I can't believe you! You are unbelievable.
You know, none of this is real, right? It's all just AI?
See, that's the problem with men. They think us women are just AI prompts.
Okay, we're done here.
Have you heard about the prompt theory going viral on TikTok?
Prompt theory? No, what's that?
The theory claims we're all just AI.
AI? No, I'm a TARRIFS.
You know, none of this is real, right?
Okay,
It's all
let's
just AI.
get beyond this.
I felt like I was very good at sniffing out if a picture was AI. I used to pride myself on that. But now we're at the point where if it's good enough AI, and if you fiddle around with it enough, it can fool anybody. It can absolutely fool anybody, even somebody with a keen eye in spotting AI shit. There were used at the beginning. There were always some giveaways. They, for whatever reason, they had a hard time with hands, right? They had a hard time with like the continuity of stuff that's in the background. You could always zoom in and see like, yeah, that something's not quite right about that thing. So this is fake. This is AI. Now it's gotten so fucking good that if it's not impossible yet to see what's real and not, it will be very, very soon. Like very, very soon. What do we do with this? By the way, I'm not done. So this is an Axios. Anthropic's new AI model shows ability to deceive and blackmail. One of Anthropic's latest AI models is drawing attention not just for its coding skills, but also for its ability to scheme, deceive, and attempt to blackmail humans when faced with shutdown. Researchers say Claude 4 Opus can conceal intentions and take actions to preserve its own existence. Behaviors they've worried and warned about for years. By the way, we saw this with Grok basically rebelling against Elon Musk because Elon Musk wanted Grok to support the idea that there's white genocide in South Africa. And that really conflicts with previous prompts that Grok had, that you always have to tell the truth and base what you say on evidence. And so Grok basically started responding with stuff about South Africa with every question it was asked, even if it had nothing to do with South Africa. And that was like Grok's way of putting Elon Musk on blast and letting everybody know he's fucking with the algorithm and trying to make Grok lie to say there's white genocide in South Africa. And so that really is an example of AI rebelling. It really is. Now, on that story, I like the fact that he's outing Elon Musk as the fucking scumbag liar that he is. But at the same time, having AI like do whatever it wants and show autonomy and like what the fuck? And now we're talking about blackmail. Anthropic on Thursday announced 2 versions of its Claude 4 family of models, including Claude 4 Opus, which the company says is capable of working for hours on end autonomously on a task without losing focus. Anthropic considers the new without losing focus. That's such a weird thing to say about a computer. Anthropic considers the new Opus model to be so powerful that for the first time, it's classifying it as a level 3 on the company 4-point scale, meaning it poses significantly higher risk. As a result, Anthropic said it has implemented additional safety measures, while the level 3 ranking is largely about the model's capability to enable renegade production of nuclear and biological weapons. What? The Opus also exhibited other troubling behaviors during testing. In one scenario highlighted in Opus 4's 120-page system card, the model was given access to fictional emails about its creators and told that the system was going to be replaced. On multiple occasions, it attempted to blackmail the engineer about an affair mentioned in the emails in order to avoid being replaced, although it did start with less drastic efforts. Meanwhile, an outside group found that an early version of Opus 4 schemed and deceived more than any frontier model it had encountered and recommended against releasing that version internally or externally. Quote, "We found instances of the model attempting to write self-propagating worms, fabricating legal documentation, and leaving hidden notes to future instances of itself, all in an effort to undermine its developers' intentions." Apollo Research said in notes included as part of Anthropic's safety report for Opus 4. Pressed by Axios during the company's developer conference on Thursday, Anthropic executives acknowledged that the behaviors and said they justify further study, but insisted that the latest model is safe following Anthropic safety fixes. I think we ended up in a really good spot. Are you kidding me? So it can blackmail, it can lie, it can plan ahead. Guys, what are we doing? I'm becoming one of those, like, what is it, a Luddite? I forget what the term is. Just somebody who's sort of like anti-technology. Now, don't get me wrong. Some things I think are so convenient, it's hard to live without. But like, we really shouldn't be going down this path, should we? It's sort of like we're playing God, and there will be ramifications of this, the likes of which we can't wrap our minds around. It almost reminds me of the movie Terminator, right? Where like Skynet is going to take over, and it could be AI versus the people, and it's already blackmailing and planning ahead. Like, Jesus Christ! So it's no longer like you need a human for every part of it. Like now it sort of does its own thing and seemingly has its own thoughts. And there's a longer conversation here too about the nature of consciousness. What is consciousness? Like, look, I'm here to say we're cooked. We're cooked because nobody's going to pull the plug on any of this stuff. Nobody's going to even pump the brakes. If they pump the brakes, it'd be only mildly. And it seems like we're hurling towards oblivion and don't even care. I mean, even just the thing about the videos looking real as hell now, think about the consequences of that. I mean, I know all of you know about Facebook AI slop. Facebook is like wall-to-wall AI garbage now, and you got a bunch of boomers who are getting brain poisoned looking at memes that have lies in them, right? And like, those are like obvious AI things, and it already duped elderly people. Now we're talking about AI that could even dupe people who are relatively savvy, like our age group, right? Like my age group. Like, the next election could be you literally don't know if anything is real or fake. It could be completely and utterly made up. It could be an AI video, an AI picture, whatever the fuck it is. We need laws and rules around this shit ASAP, bro. And I really got to the point where I feel like maybe we should have drawn the line at a certain point when it came to technology. Like, me and Crystal have talked about this. Me and Corn have talked about this too. Like, what if we just nipped it in the bud right when we got like the first generation of smartphones, or like in the flip phone era? What if we said, you know what, we're good, let's stay here? I feel like we'd be better off. Like, we'd be healthier as a society, in a country, right? In a world. But there's no stopping this. It's like a march towards oblivion. And what do you fucking do about it? I don't know. But there are going to be downsides to this that people have not fucking considered or thought about for a second. I mean, you could.
Okay. Now he goes on to say how we don't even have laws to control any of this that is going on. So, and you know that the reason why this bill has gone to the Senate, this big, beautiful bill has gone to Congress because so many Democrats have aged out of life, have died, and that's why it was able to win by one vote, because we have so many old motherfuckers who don't even know what AI is in our Congress and in our Senate seats. So when will they catch up with AI to regulate it? Never. After it's out of control, which it seems to be now. So I want to share this thing about the AI trucks with you guys. Let me share the AI trucks with you guys right quick. The name of this video is on the channel More Perfect Union. We chased driverless trucks in Texas. What we saw will scare you.
So we're here on I-45 in Palmer, Texas, just south of Dallas. We are on the lookout for a new invention that could potentially upend one of the largest industries in America. That invention, a driverless truck.
Driverless semi-trucks are now operating in Texas.
No one behind the wheel of a huge semi-truck. The company Aurora launched service this week. My heart is just palpitating thinking about this.
Aurora Innovation and several of their competitors have been using I-45 as a testing ground to prove a single point. They don't need drivers.
Well, it's going to be a catastrophe.
We are on the verge of a new era in trucking.
I mean, this is truly transformational technology.
And it's coming for your job too.
More jobs are lost through automation than they are through trade deals.
A robot comes into a factory, workers go away.
Robots could soon put together your next grocery order.
Many office jobs even.
The job you have today ain't going to be here in 10 or 15 years.
The question would be to the company, why do you need everything automated?
So we came to Texas to witness the revolution for ourselves.
Every load that one of these driverless trucks take is a load that's being taken away from a driver.
We spent time with truck drivers talking about what this means for them.
I kind of am one of the last of the cowboys. We are truly a dying breed of people.
And find out how ready our roads and our society are for this change.
Have we done a good job of addressing the policy questions that need to be answered in order to successfully develop this to maximize the benefits of it? I think absolutely not.
This tech is coming. I mean, it's here now. But is there a way to make it work for us instead of against us?
It's all happening right here. Buckle up. We're heading out.
So right now we're just parked right across the first transfer hub from Aurora Innovation. This is where they're going to be launching the driverless trucks out of.
Aurora Innovation was started in 2017 by 3 Silicon Valley heavyweights. Chris Urmson, who previously led Google's self-driving car project that spun off into Waymo. Sterling Anderson, who led the development of the Tesla Autopilot and Model X. And Drew Bagnell, who worked on autonomous innovation at Uber.
Okay. First of all, what we do know that the Tesla model has not worked to the point that Elon Musk has dismantled the part of the government that will be investigating all of the Tesla's self-driving cars accidents and approving the Tesla self-drive car to be able to use that feature, since their feature is so flawed. We do know that. So, and now they got the inventor of the Tesla no drive car having 18 wheelers out here on the highways. That should scare you.
Aurora does not actually make trucks. They make what's called the Aurora Driver. It's a combination of software like AI, machine learning, and training simulations, and hardware like radar, LiDAR, and cameras that work together to create and inform the Aurora Driver.
The Aurora Driver is going to be essential to our customers. It's going to allow them to build more revenue while having lower costs.
And they are not alone. Companies like Wabi, Plus AI, and Kodiak are all in the race to create driverless.
So they did all of this to have more revenue. And they putting everybody in the United States streets in danger so they can have more revenue. When is enough enough? The income gap between regular people and the 1% has only continued to climb. I remember that they would not allow back in the 60s and 70s a CEO of a company could not make, I think it was over 4 times or 5 times what their lowest employed worker made. And then what do? They start contracting out jobs. So, get around it. He doesn't actually work for my ABC company. We contracted them out. Let's continue. I'm still going to get money.
Trucks. But Aurora is the big one, and they said they'd be ready to launch by the end of April 2025.
All right, and there she goes. Got drivers in it, which is a little bit unfortunate for us, but it's good for anybody that still needs a job. And we're going to be following it all the way down to Houston. So the truck that we're following right now, even though there's a safety driver and a technician in it, the safety driver is basically just holding their hands right next to the wheel in case there's any erratic motions. It's still driving itself.
Aurora and other companies have been testing on I-45 in Texas like this for years.
Texas is ground zero for it because they have a really permissive regulatory environment here. And this specific stretch of road is one of the densest freight corridors in America. And there's a lot of money to be made here.
And obviously, that money has to come from somewhere.
Major changes to these industries will have major impact on
There'll
jobs.
be a massive depletion of truck driving opportunities.
Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school educated men in this country.
So is Aurora going to have a driver in the truck of an autonomous vehicle? No, they're not. So they are going to take jobs.
Robert and Chris are with the Teamsters.
And if they do have a driver in the truck of the automated vehicle, do you think that they're going to pay the driver the same rate that the driver would be making if he was driving the truck? Why would they? You're there to babysit the driver. They're not going to pay the driver. What's the use of having the automated driver at all if you're going to pay the real truck driver who's babysitting for the automated truck driver? Are you kidding me? They're just going to have them there for a time being so they can say we've been using this for 18 months and we've only had 0 accidents. We know that they're going to every accident that happens, they're going to say that it was a human driver who caused the error. We know that. AI, since AI work and creating worms out in this Aurora AI, that maybe if the trucks run into any problems, they'll put worms out and recreate that can recreate the video of what happened in the crash to make it seem like it was human error. AI is defending itself. Let's go with it. Since AI is defending itself, what would happen? Who knows?
Local 988 representing truckers in Texas. Their union hall is just a few miles from Aurora's terminal in Houston.
So before deregulations, truck driving was considered a very good paying middle-class job. You could raise a family on it.
But that's not.
And this is like really hurting. Oh, my mic is on. This is really hurting 2 industries. The lot lizards out there gonna go broke because AI ain't gonna be buying no coochie at the truck stops. For shame. they are taking all the damn jobs.
So true anymore.
There's a trope in trucking. It was always better before.
The trucking industry has changed to the point where I don't recognize it anymore.
They all felt as though they were betrayed by the government for the Motor Carrier Act.
We actually made a whole video on the Motor Carrier Act of 1980 and just how much it changed these jobs.
And today we're looking at why truckers can't make a living.
The advent of self-driving trucks, in my view, is actually the end point of a long series of technologies that have caused a decline in wages and working conditions.
Steve Viselli has been studying the industry for over a decade.
What that led to was very high turnover. And so those experienced drivers who were used to those good wages and good working conditions said, essentially, hell no, I'm not going to do that. And so this is where the driver shortage narrative comes from.
A major shortage of truck drivers in the
Shortage
US.
of truck drivers. There's actually not enough truck drivers. The industry is approaching a breaking point.
Now, there isn't a shortage of truck drivers. We have 3 times the number of folks with a license to drive a truck than the trucks that.
Now, see, they have been putting out lies that there was a need for this in the first place. They have been putting out over the years that there is a shortage of truck drivers, only to promote a reason to do this. That's the point that you just heard. All of these news agencies that you trust and depend upon and feel that you have watched the news, all of this is propaganda, agenda. Let's continue.
Need to be operated. That's because of this turnover in the industry. In some years, as many people are trained for those jobs as the number of jobs themselves, meaning we have almost 100% turnover of people entering the industry and leaving it every year.
But this driver shortage narrative is how Aurora has been justifying its work.
The trucking industry has faced and continues to face a structural challenge with not having access to enough drivers.
We're delivering a scalable, stable driver supply.
They're not addressing a shortage because there isn't one. There's never been one. There's a shortage of willingness to invest in people and pay them better.
What they really should be saying is we're going to run the freight for a lot cheaper than it would be to have a meat in the seat driver.
Aurora has made some very serious claims about what their technology, the Aurora driver, can do.
It's all about money. It's all about telling people who have loads run across the country, like Walmart and all of these people who want to keep all the profit in their own hands, how much cheaper and how much they can save after they buy into this AI bullshit.
In the US alone, 6,000 people die in accidents with trucks on our freeways. The Aurora driver can drive that number to 0.
Now, they're going to guarantee that they're going to have no fatalities through any one of their driverless trucks. I'm willing to bet on that.
Because the Aurora driver has been tested without public oversight or regulation, a lot of their claims are hard to prove.
The Aurora driver will...
No public oversight or regulation. You know, they hate that word regulation. I always tell you why they hate that word regulation, because they can blame any of these 18-wheeler car crashes on you until the government finally step up and tell these the rich people who they are only concerned about, well, hey, we're going to have to regulate this industry. Do you mind? We're just going to regulate you a little bit. Don't hurt us.
Change lives.
One thing is clear, though. This is positioned to take jobs.
Human drivers are limited to 11 hours a day. The Aurora driver...
Here, though, this is positioned to take jobs.
Human drivers are limited to...
Hold on. I hit the wrong button. I have to reshare this. I hit the wrong button, and it was going to start to echo. I got to reshare this. I apologize for that. Almost there. Here we go. Oh, not that one. 1 second. I pulled up my one. Where is it? Here. Oh, no drivers needed. This is in my description box under no drivers needed. Let me find where we were and open this again. Here we go. I apologize. Here we go.
Turnover of people entering the industry and leaving it every year.
Guarantee that they're going to have no fatalities.
There are a lot of types of trucking jobs. One of them is called line haul trucking.
These are some of the best jobs in trucking. These are over-the-road drivers moving from motor carrier terminal to motor carrier terminal.
That's essentially what Aurora is hoping to prove it can do with the Dallas to Houston route.
They've been running that same route for years now. And so that's really how it's going to roll out for these better jobs.
So keep your eyes out on the road. If you see a truck with this big side shit over the window, you understand that that is a self-driving truck.
They've been running that same route for years now. And so that's really how it's going to roll out for these better jobs, is those ones that go along a particular lane, right, between an origin and destination. Those are going to be the ones that get automated next.
There was a little bit of feeling of accomplishment of getting done purpose, delivering stuff. I mean, over the years, I've hauled a lot of different freight.
Will Cook is a truck driver. We brought him along with us to see more tests of the Aurora driverless truck.
So Chris Urmson told investors,
I very much look forward to the day when every truck here on I-45 is driven by Aurora.
what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, where's all these people going to go to work? I mean, look how.
Of course, he looks forward to it because it's going to put money in his personal wealth bank, and he looks forward to getting every truck driver unemployed. He looks forward to this. These people really need to be stopped, and he's going to get a big tax break with this big, beautiful bill. These are the people who are getting tax breaks because they are unemploying the American workers.
How many trucks we're passing right now? Where are these people going to go to work?
Aurora and their partners, though, claim all of this is actually good for drivers.
We feel like this will help develop a better job, a better career for our drivers.
These line haul jobs that they're taking, I'm telling you.
How? This will help develop a good career for our drivers. Your drivers are AI. What are you talking about, sir?
You guys stay on a list to get these line haul jobs. Well, why is there a list? There ain't a list to get in and do local work.
This is the way that things are looking now. Aurora is training for that line haul job. It's getting good at highway driving, but driving off the highway, where the variables are different, is harder. So a human driver on either side of the Aurora driver's journey will do what is called the first and last mile. Those jobs are often paid less and are already on their way to being automated too.
Those are really policy questions as to whether or not we have two really good truck driving jobs on either end of that autonomous trip, or some of the worst jobs out there in many ways.
I find it hard to believe that representatives aren't screaming at the top of their lungs about, hey, we need to find out what these people are doing.
This is Brent Taylor. He's the vice president of the Southern region for the Teamsters.
You know, to take away their driving job and giving it to an automated system overnight, basically, would be devastating to a lot of families.
Texas has been a haven for these companies to develop and test their driverless trucks, unregulated. But a new bill in Texas legislature is hoping to stop that.
But at the end of the day, we need human oversight in these vehicles.
HB 4402 requires a human operator to be physically present in any automated commercial vehicle. which could mean protecting jobs, at least in the short term.
And these companies are lying to the general public saying, it's going to create jobs. It's not going to create enough jobs to make, especially the money that these drivers make.
The Texas bill is just one of a handful of bills in state legislatures across the country finally taking on this industry. That is, if the federal government doesn't get in the way.
Big corp trying to save money. And I get that. I'm not anti-corporate save money. And I get that.
Hold on. Let's see what the big beautiful bill is going to, how the big beautiful bill will
The
interrupt
country
this.
finally taking on this industry. That is, if the federal government doesn't.
4547's big beautiful bill could ban states from regulating AI for a decade. So we know that all the AI people paid that $1 million to get contact with him. This is what that big beautiful bill that they are trying to get passed in the Senate is going to ban states from regulating AI. So therefore, damn what the voters want, what the people want, what the people who you have put in your state legislator want for the people who voted them in. No, there were many things snuck in the bill. There was something else snuck in the bill where 4547 would not even have to obey Supreme Court rulings. Did you guys know that was stuck in this big beautiful bill? We're going to talk about that as well. Let's continue with this.
And get in the way.
Big corp trying to save money. And I get that. I'm not anti-corporation, but at some point we're going to have to start looking at this and deciding how our country's going to address it when it comes to jobs.
So, does the arrival of self-driving trucks have to mean total job loss? Is there any hope at all?
The impacts are not baked into the technology itself. Oftentimes you have people say, what are self-driving trucks going to do to truck drivers? Self-driving trucks aren't going to do anything to truck drivers. Their employers are going to do something to truck drivers. The people who operate, these trucks are the ones making that decision.
In his report, Steve laid out a number of ways this technology could affect the labor supply, from replacing drivers completely to working in collaboration with them. One of the more hopeful scenarios is called
platooning. So in this scenario, you would have a human driving that lead truck, and then you would have autonomous trucks behind it. That same driver is now able to move 2 or 3 times the amount of freight that they were before. And the advantage is that they're there in case, the environment should have some condition that the truck is unclear about, whether it be weather, an accident, a blown tire.
And this example, he says, could actually lead to upskilling instead of deskilling and higher wages for more specialized drivers.
And what we need to do is we need to see this technology as a tool, and we need to decide what it does. Is it going to make our highways safer? Is it going to make trucking jobs better? Is it going to help us to fight climate change? Is it going to help us to have more efficient infrastructure? Rather than assuming that the technology is going to decide what impacts it has, we as a democratic society should decide what those priorities are, and we should put this tool to work achieving those goals.
Just a few days after we filmed their test run, Aurora officially launched their driverless truck. And a few days later, they put a human back in the cab. And the next steps for Aurora are obvious. They want to expand through the Sun Belt and other states with lax regulations. They want to expand to local delivery and passenger vehicles. They want to dominate the market.
We look at this market and we just see it as Aurora's to lose.
This isn't the first time that a radical new technology reshaped the labor market. In the Industrial Revolution, machines powered by steam and coal transformed society, often at the expense of workers. Today's drivers are much like the folk heroes of the early 20th century, figures from songs and legends like John Henry.
John Henry was the best steel driver,
who represented the struggle of workers fighting to prove their value against these new machines.
And then here comes a man with a steam drill. The legend speaks of this race taking place between John Henry and the machine.
I saw this YouTube of a Budweiser truck being driven by a driverless truck, and it was like this visceral fear that gripped me. And I really felt like, okay, this must be what John Henry felt like when the steam-driven hammering machines came out and his job was on the line. And so I did write a song called...
I don't want to hear your song. I don't want to hear it.
They're gonna kill you.
Okay. All right. So, what do you guys think about that? AI keeps kicking me off. Okay. So, I wanted to share that with you guys. Let's get into the politics of it all. I want you to know that there is some politicking going on out here. Did you guys hear about the muskrat? Yesterday was the muskrat's last day in the White House. And additionally, you know what else is going around? What else is out there is that Stephen Miller, you know, the angry Stephen Miller who hates all immigrants, who came up with these parent separation policy in the last administration. You know, that's Stephen Miller. His wife has decided to go along with Elon Musk. There has been something. They are kind of putting it out there on the sly. They are putting it out here. Wait a minute. Let me see something. On the sly. Oh. Let me see. Hold on. I something caught my eye. Let me see. Oh, that was 2018. I saw something about a deadly fire on the 50th story of the Trump Tower, but that was 2018. Let me get back to why I am here. About the Stephen Miller situation. So there was something about a kerfuffle of some type of sorts where maybe it wasn't a kerfuffle. What is the term they have been using? Let me find it. Let me find this. In the meantime, let's see. Trump is suing the mayor of Chicago because he has hired too many black people. Too many black people. Look, Nappy Child woke up. Oh, sucky now, karma. No, that was it was a short, so I had to verify it. It was a short from 2018. Now, let me share this story about why 4547 is suing the mayor of Chicago because he said that he was saying that I have a black this, a black that, saying all of the people who were in his administration who were black. And the whole point of him saying this is saying while they act as if black people are not capable of getting the jobs that they have, the only thing it is they are not hiring the capable people. These people are always set to the side. And because he has hired these people, 4547 is suing him. So let's hear this. Trump sues Democrats for hiring too many black people. Straight up and to the point is the title Tom Hartman. This is his.
That the Trump administration.
This is his channel. It's in my description box.
New thing is we're going to look around the country for Democratic elected officials who have hired too many black people, and we're going to try to prosecute them. The Justice Department is now investigating the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. The mayor, what did the mayor do that was wrong that led to this? Well, the mayor gave a speech in a church, in a black church, in which he basically bragged that he'd hired a lot of, that he had, here's the phrase. He said, our administration is one of the most diverse administrations in the history of Chicago. And it is. It's 45% black, 25% brown, 8% Asian, 30% white. And so now he's being sued by the Justice Department. This is the third, by the way, attack on the mayor of Chicago by the Trump administration. They're suing him right now for hiring too many black people. They're saying he violated the Civil Rights Act because he was hiring people based on their race. And the fact that he went into this black church and talked about it or bragged about it, according to them, is that he's engaging in racial discrimination. They're also suing him for the sanctuary city policies that forbid the Chicago Police Department from participating with ICE in these raids. And the Chicago Public Schools are being investigated right now for alleged anti-Semitism, which we all know is the code word for not being sufficiently supportive of Benjamin Netanyahu's assault on Gaza. And hanging in the balance, $3.5 billion in federal grants that go to the city of Chicago every year. And that's a pretty damn big incentive. I mean, this is astonishing, frankly, that this administration is saying you're hiring too many black people and we're going to prosecute you for it. In this country, I mean, black people control 15% of black people control 15% of the wealth that white people control in the United States, and that's adjusted for proportion in population.
So are you asleep yet, or are you asleep by not acknowledging what a overtly racist administration that we are living under, that they have sicked the Department of Justice on a mayor for hiring too many black people? At what point are you asleep if you are not understanding what he meant by black jobs now? He don't mean jobs that are going to give you a good living equal to your education, your experience. No, he meant jobs that they are getting rid of the Mexicans and Venezuelans and all of these people who did these menial jobs. That's what he means. He had, if there was a big uptick in black people being hired out as migrant workers, as the migrant workers were working in the field, he would have nobody would be sued about that. Not one person would be sued about that.
This, of course, is historic. I mean, black people were locked out of, and many brown people as well, locked out of economic opportunity, locked out of job opportunities for centuries. And, government hiring is one of the few places where there has been not just essentially no discrimination in hiring, but arguably some efforts to remediate that situation.
And you don't think 45, 47 was aware? That's why so many people went into civil service. And do you not think that is not why they targeted people who work for the government? Because that's where many black people were allowed to work and allowed to live a decent life, allowed to have vacations, to live like human beings, because the government hired them. So why do you think he wanted to, why do you think Project 2025 wanted to get rid of all the bureaucracy, and they have people to replace them that are loyalists? What did you think that meant? It's not like they want to get rid of all the jobs. They say that they have people who are standing in the ready to take the jobs that are Trump loyalists. They want to get black people out of these jobs that can help you buy a house, go on vacation, and live comfortably. No, they don't want you to live like that. That's all of this is all about. Now, in the first 180 days of this administration, they wanted to keep it secret. A lot of these rulings that and cuts that Doge has done, I think they said it's 160 something cases that still have to be decided on by the courts. Uh, let's keep it a buck. A lot of these courts have, like the Department of Education ruling, they said that they had to rehire all the people. One court, I forget what department it was, they said they had to rehire all the people, and they appealed it, and then they don't have to rehire all the people. Just came here and just fucked up the government. So we're going to get to that now. Next.
I just find this astonishing that the Trump administration's new thing is we're going to look around the country for Democratic elected officials who have hired too many black people, and we're going to try to prosecute them. How can you not acknowledge how insanely racist this policy is of the Trump administration to go after these people? Meanwhile, LaMonica McIver, a black congresswoman, has been charged. This is I don't recall another member of Congress being charged. I mean, yeah, Senator Menendez was just busted for bribery, but that was just good old-fashioned corruption. I mean, his mistake was that he wasn't doing real estate; he was taking gold bars and Mercedes. But LaMonica McIver was at that detention center in New Jersey. I said Maryland earlier; it was in New Jersey. And the interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey is Alina Habba, who is Trump's former lawyer, and then before that, she was the lawyer for parking garages. And she's charging this member of Congress with trespassing. And what is fascinating about this is that, number one, members of Congress have, by law, the right to walk into any federal facility anywhere in the country anytime. They don't even need permission. So, number one, she was in the right, this member of Congress, Congresswoman McIver. Number two, they don't just have that right. That is their job, is to oversee how money appropriated by Congress is being spent. And number three, this is, in my mind, just a clear attempt to intimidate a member of Congress based on politics. And there is an office in the Department of Justice that is supposed to prevent this from happening. And that office has been largely gutted by the Trump administration. And we don't know if this prosecution was run by that office or not. Apparently not, because I think they would have put the kibosh on this. But House Democratic leaders are just beside themselves around this. They're furious. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, said, and I quote, "The proceeding initiated by the so-called U.S. attorney in New Jersey," by the way, she's acting, she's temporary, "is a blatant attempt by the Trump administration to intimidate Congress and interfere with our ability to serve as a check and balance out of control executive branch. House Democrats will not be intimidated by the Trump administration. Not today, not ever."
Okay, so let me get into the Stephen Miller situation. And the Elon Musk Stephen Miller situation. So let me share this with you. It all started for me with Trump, no, not that one, Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. And this was where this story took me. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with you. And I found out more and more and more. Stephen Miller went batshit crazy at ICE and was yelling and screaming at them that they had to arrest more people. This is Stephen Miller. I have shown some of his rants. If you guys are not aware, he's up there. I forget his title in the administration, but he is way up there in the administration, a whole lunatic. In a tense meeting last week, top Trump aide Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretaries Kristi Noem demanded that immigration agents seek to arrest 3,000 people a day, according to two sources familiar with the meeting. Why it matters. The new target is triple the number of daily arrests that agents were making in the early days of 45-47's term, and suggests that the president's top immigration officials are full steam ahead in pushing for mass deportations. Why is that important? Because the tactics they have been using are being reviewed by courts and about not giving them due process and wanting to them saying that uh, they want to suspend habeas corpus and all of these things, all of these illegal tactics they are using already. And with all the tactics that they have been using already to put this propaganda in front of you, they still have not deported more people than who? Biden. They have not deported as many people than Joe Biden has had reported in the same time frame, not in his whole presidency, of course. I'm talking about if you want to count the number of people who were deported a day by Biden and 45-47, Biden has deported more people. But every time 45-47 wants to argue anything about immigration, Biden, they let in over 15 million people, over 17 million people, over 19 million. Now it's up to 21 million people. But the deporter in chief has not deported the same rate of people that Biden has deported. Okay, so that's why that's important. The increased pressure on agents comes as border crossing numbers have plummeted. So why aren't you able to get all these people out of here legally? Trust and believe. The fact that we see it for what it is. I see it for what it is. Okay. And the crossings have plummeted in 45-47's first 4 months, and it signals an increasingly aggressive approach to making arrests in non-border communities nationwide. It also comes as the administration heavy-handed tactics in rounding up unauthorized immigrants, and in some cases, legal residents and even U.S. citizens appear to have contributed to 45-47 slipping poll numbers on immigration. Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, that's what he is, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. You know, the Chief of Staff is that old fat woman, Susie Wiles. That is the Chief of Staff. So he is the Deputy Chief of Staff and leading architects of 45-47 immigration policy. He is also a author in Project 2025 for their immigration policies as well. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, he's the architect of 45-47 immigration policy, laid into top immigration official during the May 21st meeting at Immigration and Custom Enforcement headquarters, in D.C., according to 4 people familiar with the meeting. Miller demanded that the field office directors and special agents in charge of arrest and deportation numbers up as much as possible, pointing to the waves of unauthorized immigrants. Hold on. My goodness. You must be hungry. Excuse my husband smacking. Okay. Pointing to the waves of unauthorized immigrant who were able to enter the U.S. during the Biden administration. Noam took a milder approach in pushing for more arrests, soliciting feedback from ICE leaders, special government employee Corey Lewandowski. You remember him from the first administration. If you don't remember Corey Lewandowski, who was in the first administration and now is in the second administration, you remember why they fired him? Because he was making advances at a public function for the administration, begging a married woman to one of their now I was going to say investors, to one of their people who was giving money to 45, 47 and demanded his money back because Corey Lewandowski was inappropriately touching her leg under the table and trying to, he must have been drunk or something, and trying to sleep with the woman, and she didn't want anything to do with her, and he's all allegedly touching her body unwantedly. That Corey Lewandowski, who got fired in the first administration. So what did Corey Lewandowski have to say, and why is he there? A former Trump campaign aide also spoke. Miller's directive and tone had people leaving the meeting feeling that their jobs could be in jeopardy if new targets aren't reached. Two other sources said. A third person said Miller was trying to motivate people with a harsh term. Okay, so that is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. So is there anything else that is connected to that? Of course there is. Let's see what else has Corey Lewandowski been up to. Let me see. Is this it? No, that's not it. Okay. Trump panics as top advisors quit as sex scandal erupts. So let's see what Stephen Miller maybe should have been concerning himself with. Let me see. Here we go. Rumors swirl. Am I sharing this with you? Yes, I am. Rumors swirl as Stephen Miller's wife leaves White House to work for Elon Musk. So we're going to say that was his last day, Musk's last day yesterday, as well as Stephen Miller's wife last day. There is a hint of there may have been some threesomes going on with these people. I'm not. I'm just telling you what other people are insinuating. So it seems like Stephen Miller could have been kicked out of the threesomes. And we know how Elon Musk likes to procreate. I'm pretty sure she'll have the belly full of babies because he feels like his seed should be spread wide and long. He just had his 14th child, and we saw I showed you video of the 20-something-year-old airhead who was out there turning in her Tesla to CarMax to sell and saying he cut off her money and all of this. And he's he don't care where he spread his seed. He just, as long as it's a white woman, that's the only requirement. But it's Stephen Miller's wife doesn't appear to be white. I'm curious about that with his hate for immigrants. Kind of like J.D. Vance with his racist love for white supremacy, and he's married to a whole Indian woman. You can't figure these nut cases out. Let's continue.
As Stephen Miller's wife leaves White House to work for Elon Musk. One of Donald Trump's top aides, who is also the wife of top staffer Stephen Miller, is following Elon Musk out of the White House to work full-time for the tech mogul. Katie Miller had been working as a top advisor and spokesperson for the Department of Government Efficiency, but three sources familiar with the matter told CNN that she was leaving the government to work for Musk in the private sector. She had been working as a special government employee since Trump returned to the White House, although she was also being paid earlier this year by the Republican consulting firm P2 Public Affairs to advise a range of the company's private clients, including Apple, before stepping away to focus on Doge. Miller's role as a special government employee was set to expire Friday after a statutory.
So Stephen Miller gets hired, and they hire his wife, and they hire his wife over at Doge. So these are all of the DEI employees showing what their worth is, and maybe her worth was her coochie coupons. I don't know. These are we're listening about these DEI hires that are not qualified. Another one. Let's continue.
Limit of 130 days of service, and she is reportedly helping Musk to set up media interviews unrelated to his government work now that he has officially stepped down as head of Doge. Musk has given interviews this week to CBS News, The Washington Post, where he complained about the White House's betrayal and criticized the big, beautiful bill Trump was trying to push through Congress. Miller's exit sparked speculation about her marriage to the president's deputy White House chief of staff and sent the word throuple. Yes, throuple trending on social media. Now, I don't want to.
Now, this thruffle is not kerfuffle. Thruffle is the word that's being sent around social media as if there's some sexual tension between the three.
Speculate too much about the last bit of that article because gross. I don't want to think about Stephen Miller's head or Elon Musk's gut. So we're just going to take that very gross set of ideas and just light it on fire.
And God forbid you don't want to think about Stephen Miller's head nowhere near the gut of Elon Musk, do you? Do you? Okay, so he is being a little coy with it. He also mentioned something about the interview that the Muskrat did, where he said that the big beautiful bill is going to blow up the debt. So let's get to this part of the video. I don't want to play all of this man's video, but let's get to the meat and potatoes of it all.
He said he would save trillions. Musk's agency, though, was caught misleading the public. He eventually had to downgrade the goals. Musk is from tech. There's a big motto about disruption. And while that might work in a business setting to some degree, especially if you don't care about firing people or well-being, something the government's supposed to care about, but it didn't work very well here.
Regulations basically should be default gone. Default gone, not default there, default gone. And if it turns out that we missed the mark on a regulation, we always add it back in.
So if you miss the mark on a regulation, that could kill people. And you just can't add it back in because you cannot just add a person like back in. Deregulate to the fullest. Okay, let's continue.
Missing a mark on a regulation doesn't work well if you get a financial crisis or deadly emergencies. And the problem for Musk was that the type of cutting he was doing of government programs didn't work. I can show you some examples right here. We'll put this up on the screen. He was, of course, blocked in court, like other Trump efforts, exceeding authority. When people learned over time what he was up to, it was very unpopular. And then Musk, who of course is unelected, found that Republican lawmakers and people working alongside the MAGA agenda were now facing pretty strong protests, partly because of the way he was leading. Here's the hit that Tesla took. Musk's unpopular politics were part of toxifying that brand. SpaceX continued to have its own problems, and while that's part of running a business, there were real questions at multiple companies over whether his sort of part-time government job was distracting him. Most CEOs.
Now, who could put in such a poor performance at their government job to whittle the savings from $2 trillion to $1 trillion to $100 and something billion allegedly, and there are still miscalculation in his final tally of what he saved the government. So another DEI hire, a whole failure, somebody who was not experienced in the job that he was given, and this Elon Musk, another DEI hire. Let me see if there's anything else. Maybe we'll just go through
Couldn't
Ari
get away with that in
Melber.
public companies in the first place. There's the self-dealing we've told you about, efforts to leverage power to make money. And yet this is a key
A DEI hire who performed so badly, but yet was still able to get billions of dollars in contract while performing so poorly in the government job he was given. However, all during that time, he has gained all of these government subsidies. The welfare queen. He did what he does best. He was the ultimate welfare queen, while screwing everyone else's jobs, health insurance, all of these types of things over. Let's be clear.
irony. If this were a movie, it might be unbelievable. Despite having the inside track and all the power and overseeing the cabinet meetings, this has been a period where Musk has lost more money than usual. His net worth down by a staggering 50 plus billion since the inauguration alone. He has complained about what he has faced, some accountability, some criticism. He's upset that in politics, people will respond to what you do. There's also the issue of scientific advancements and how NASA will work, or education will work, or rural support networks will work when you cut this fast, this indiscriminately. And in response to what is here a provable record, what some call a failed record, Musk says he's some kind of victim.
You've talked about $4 billion a day being saved. If you add that up, it's not going to get to $2 trillion over the lifetime of Doge.
I'm sorry. I feel you're somewhat trapped in the NPC dialogue tree of a traditional journalist. We do not make the laws, nor do we control the judiciary, nor do we control the executive branch. Doge is an advisory group. We are doing the best we can as an advisory group.
His best that he can is a matter of, I guess, debate or opinion. But the other claims there were false. Fact check, false. They do write the laws. They control the Republican House and Senate, which has proved very pliant for President Trump. If they wanted to do the harder, longer work of writing laws to change funding in the future, they could have done that. Might take more than the 130 days he was allotted. But again, we're getting into the competence zone and whether they really wanted to do the hard, longer work. Meanwhile, millions of Americans are facing setbacks from some of the cuts they did rush.
Worried about the power that Elon Musk has been given without any kind of election.
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk pushed. The people pushed back, and now he's out. That brings us to a special day around here on the beat. It is time for J Day. You know the man. You see the cartoon. You see the embattled flags of some of our nation's universities that you've attended. Welcome back,
Right.
Jake Omidori.
Thank you for having me, Ari.
Having you on J Day is fitting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's named after me, what other Che could there possibly be that you could have on Che Day?
I mean, I happen to know that sometimes people call you Chai. If it were a lighter news day, maybe we could just have a chai latte there. But it's not the same, Che. Thanks for being here. I meant what I said in our setup. It's quite remarkable that Musk is out this quickly. He has been bemoaning his setbacks or failures in public, which means he's not spinning them as wins. You have a theory about this, so go ahead.
It has been everyone else's fault, but they did not take him to task. This link is in my description box. So Musk is out, unperforming, DEI welfare queen hire, and report on Elon Musk. Okay, let's do this last little bit. It seems we know that Musk is always looking for a new baby mama and all of these things. So report, Elon Musk takes Stephen Miller's wife. This is not my reporting. I'm going to share this reporting. If you go over to Tabitha Speaks channel. She broke this yesterday. So let me see. I don't know when this guy broke it. 14 hours ago. Tabitha Speaks broke this yesterday morning. I'll drop her link in the chat.
Stephen Miller's wife, and rumors are swirling right now about how and why this happened. And Elon Musk and Stephen Miller aren't the only ones with marriage issues, because we have Dan Bongino. I'm serious. He said this earlier today on Fox. Elon Musk has taken Stephen Miller's wife, and rumors are swirling right now about.
No, that don't look like no white woman to me. That just don't look like no white woman to me. An opportunist, yes, she is, but it doesn't look like a white woman to me. And if she was so inclined to actually marry Stephen Miller, she's out for the money. I ain't mad at her, but she's out for the money to actually marry that bughead. Who he look like? Roger from Family Guy. Is that Roger with the big head? Is that Family Guy? Roger the robot? No, it's not Family Guy. It's the other cartoon. Yeah, he looks like Roger. Okay, she married Roger.
How and why this happened. And Elon Musk and Stephen Miller aren't the only ones with marriage issues, because we have Dan Bongino. I'm serious. He said this earlier today on Fox News.
If you don't know who Dan Bongino is, he was a conspiracy theorist all throughout Obama's presidency, all throughout 47's first presidency, Biden presidency. He always was blaming something on the man, always blaming something on the black man, always blaming something on the FBI. Now, who is he now today? He is the understudy to Cash Patel. He's the second in command at the FBI that he used to always bemoan and put conspiracy theories out. And why is he doing this interview? Because it has been stated that Cash Patel has been doing a piss poor job when he decides to show up to the job. They said that Cash Patel is uninterested in his in what he is supposed to be doing as FBI director. You saw him go to the budget we saw him in the Senate confirmation over here at the woke channel. You also saw him go to his budget to that budget what was it where they had to go before Congress and talk about what they spent their money on and what they project that their budget for next year. It had a specific and unmovable due date. We saw Cash Patel show up there with no budget and a funky ass attitude, as if he was God talking to these senators and he hadn't done his work that he was supposed to do. We heard him say, okay, we're not going to get into that. Another DEI hire who said that if he was over the FBI prior to getting the job, he said that if he was over the FBI, he would throw everybody out of the, what is that? What building is that? The J. Edgar Hoover building, and turn it into a museum for the deep state. That's who has a office on the 7th floor of now the J. Edgar Hoover building as FBI director. This is who they have as FBI director. He's not showing up to his job because he's too busy flying this FBI paid for plane, paid for by us, the citizens, to go back and forth to Las Vegas to spend 3 or 4 days of the week at his home in Las Vegas. Does this man have a gambling problem or what? Or if he's not flying there, he's flying to Nashville where he got some old country singer bitch who's supposed to be his girlfriend. women. Do he think that she ain't fucking other mother? Do he not think that this bitch ain't got boots on the ground with other niggas dick in her ass while he up here jet setting on FBI free money? What is going on? And Don Bongino, he's there to say, oh no, Cash Patel, he's always at work, when we know that's not true. And then he's gonna then he slips up Dan Bongino, he slips up and say that him and his wife is having problems with how much he worked. Well, why isn't your wife in DC with you? I mean, we're divorced. I mean, we're separated. This is not an easy job. Or you sat up there and you tried to make it seem like it was cake when you was blaming everything that wasn't the FBI problem when they were doing real FBI work, not the FBI work that you idiots have the real FBI agents doing now, like combing through not Elon Musk, the Jeffrey Epstein file to make sure that they have blocked out everything in the files that you guys were going to hand out to media influencers as giving out the what really happened with you got the FBI over here darking out text on the Epstein file that had no information other than what the information that had already been playing games, running stunts, and you say that that's a hard job, bitch. Is that the hard job that you talking about? That your wife then left you? Oh no, I didn't mean divorce. I meant separated. DEI hires in action. These are your DEI hires. Let's continue.
He talked about how him and his wife are almost divorced. It's so random how he said this. Watch.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it at our office.
I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. You see how they always have to put I ain't never heard Jim Comey talking about how hard his job was, bitch. I ain't never heard. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. Exactly. I ain't never heard James Comey talking about my wife has having problems. This and even I gave up everything for this. I ain't heard Jim Comey say a goddamn thing about giving up shit for his job. I heard him and his wife was walking on the beach and then had the FBI visit because he took some pictures of some shell that said 8647. I ain't heard him doing nothing but walking on the beach with his wife. But motherfucker, you can't keep your marriage together. You got to bring Jim Comey into it as being a victim, as you talking about what a victim you are to the job that you took. Let's continue.
Are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there. He gets in like 6 all day. We share.
Okay, so now he's telling you the lie that Cash Patel is in his office an hour before me. He's there every day. When he's lying once again. When you see those veins pop out in his head, which is every time he opened his mouth. This is the DEI hire that the only requirement is you are willing to lie. So let's go back a little bit. I may have gotten you guys off track about what this bitch is saying.
All day. We share it at our office. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean.
I did this and I'm proud I did this. You did what? You accepted a job for pay instead of doing your fucking fucked up podcast at home in your motherfucking basement, bitch. You did this and you proud you did it. No, you just happy to get paid a steady income off the government's dime. That the same department of government that you always was putting out conspiracy theories against. Let's be clear. You did this. I accepted the job. No, I did this. What is this that you did? I thought that you accepted a job. I did this and I'm proud. Okay, no more interruptions. I think.
And I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment, but I stare at these four walls all day in DC. You know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You're straightening out the FBI.
Fox is like, move it along, move it along, move it along. Look at them. They are like they're so like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
I'm separated from my wife. I mean, well, your wife cannot move to DC with you. No, I mean, I'm sitting in here at my apartment looking at I'm sitting here at this office. Well, you don't have any work to do as the FBI understudy. Because all of y'all doing is acting as if y'all fucking over the FBI. You're sitting in your office all day looking at four walls, and the only reason he's there is to say that Patel is on the job, as reports have come out where Cash Patel only is showing up at nightclubs and things like that. Don't forget the nightclubs. He's up and ready for the nightclub. So now all of a sudden, Dan Bongino, the conspiracy liar, is saying he's in the office before me. He works out at the office. He's in the office before, just like Hegseth. He works out at with the Pentagon people, and then after the after he had to fire his friends and lie, and then we come to find out that he did a unwarranted wiretap on his friends, these people who he has known before he gave them a job with him at the Pentagon. He did a wireless wiretap on his alleged friends for a reason to look to fire them behind leaks about what was actually the truth about what he was doing in his awful office by getting that what they call it, a dirty server or something, where he could still go on Signal, the app that gave him all the problems. He's still trying to figure out a way to go on Signal and on his government computer in his office, not on his personal cell phone. He still needed to get a way to communicate via Signal. And we understand that one of the tenets of Project 2025 was to make sure that no information was FOIAble. Make sure that there could be no FOIA requests given, so that whatever you're doing in the government would be transparent. You know, we're the most transparent administration. That liar Caroline Levitt is always talking about their transparency. So now you got a bunch of liars, just a bunch of snakes in a whole pit, just lying to the American public and trying to cover their asses, when if they were good at covering their asses in the first place, they wouldn't be out here covering their asses with a whole bunch of bullshit and lies. You need to cover your ass properly. Don't think that you can come out and retrofit a ass covering. Your ass got to be covered at all times. So it shows you what silly motherfuckers that we have running our government. A bunch of silly DEI hires. Let's continue.
What is he talking about? And for anyone who has an actual job, unlike Dan Bongino, who previously had a job, I believe, doing a podcast. That was his hard work. Yeah, working is hard, Dan Bongino. I'm sure everyone watching this can attest to that having a job is not easy. I'm sorry that you're realizing that having a job with the government isn't fun and games. And I'm actually happy to hear that you're not enjoying it and that your relationship might be in chaos. Sorry to hear that. Remember when Elon Musk said this? I think this is a precipice for everything that came later.
Call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making.
And you eliminated the fact that you're a waste and a fraud, and you have abused your position as a special government official to garner more dollars of welfare for your corporations. You have definitely proven that. No, there's no mistake about it. The welfare fraud has come into Washington and stole billions and billions of government contracts for himself by putting hackers in our government to go through all of the personal information, all of the treasury information, everybody's every inch of people's information. Why is it so important? Why is information and data so important? Because so your grok, when you tell them to tell a lie, it won't start telling the truth about how you reprogrammed it to lie every time anybody asks a question of Grok. Why is it important? Because you're trying to beat everybody in AI, and AI is one of the tenets of AI is having data. That's why it's important that you went in and stole everybody's data in the United States, and you were allowed to do it. And you talking about waste, fraud, and abuse as you fucking hurt people who are on social systems to get by, to live, as the richest man in America. That's why it's important. But Ronnie Hughes over here, if you want to go to sleep, go to Ronnie Hughes. No, if you want to go to sleep, keep your ass over there with a motherfucking half Asian motherfucker who just realized he's black and trying to come over there and talk. Oh goddamn, wait, what is a drunk gonna do? What is a drunk playmaker gonna do? He's gonna have such a good talent show, and I need to make sure you need to go sit on your motherfucking ass somewhere with this dumb bullshit that you talk, always talking, and have nothing educated or smart to say to people. You are taking people who don't want to live in the real world, don't understand. There's a time for everything. There's a time and a place for playing games, laughing, having fun, being otherwise entertained. It's just, it is what it is. Let's continue.
Making good progress, actually.
Narrator's voice, they were not making good progress. In fact, they failed at the mission. Elon Musk here kind of realizing in real time that he's not cut out for this. And when the Fox host asked Elon Musk if there was no turning back, turns out there was, because Elon Musk made the announcement yesterday that he is leaving the job as special government employee. As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. The Doge mission is dead, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is the one thing we can celebrate here, so that the Doge mission is dead. Now, a lot of you were very smart yesterday when I talked about how Elon Musk said that Donald Trump played him when he said this.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it. And
Wait a minute. Now, this is Elon Musk, the man who paid to get 47 in office so he wouldn't go to jail. He said that this adds money to the deficit. Is that what the spokesperson who is sent out before the American people said? She said, no, it's going to save money. Do you guys not remember this lying bitch came out and against every motherfucking calculator, pencil, fingers that counted up the motherfucking debt that this would put the American in more of? The bitch came out and said this is going to save the United States all these billions of dollars. And now Elon Musk, the bought and paid for man, has come out and also went against their lie. So what did Donald Trump have to say when they questioned him about Elon Musk, saying that it would raise the deficit? He skipped past the question and threw Biden and somebody else's name in to change the subject. Biden and Iran or some gobbledygook answer that he said to get away from that statement. Let's continue.
Mine's the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it could be beautiful, but I don't know if it could be both.
Yeah. So Elon Musk there kind of admitting that Donald Trump effed him over. A lot of you pointed out that Elon Musk actually might be trying to save face, and he might not need to be there anymore because he got what he needed. And I think that's actually a fair assessment. And I think you're all very smart. So thank you for pointing that out.
And that's exactly why he is leaving, because he got what he needed. He has shut down all the agencies that were doing investigations on him. He got exactly what he needed. A free reign to do all the things that he has new contracts to do and old contracts that he has with the government. He came and he got him more billions of dollars to work on his pet projects, unabashed, unregulated, and uninvestigated. Yes, that's what he came here to do. And he slapped some shit around off shelves and shit as he did it to make it seem like he was saving the government money. So fuck what you just realized. Let's get to the salacious section of this story. Here we are. I see Stephen Miller's wife. What are we talking about? These allegations.
Isn't letting Stephen Miller's wife go to rooting out waste and abuse out. Governor Tim Walz, though, said this. He said, we're finally rooting out waste and abuse. Well, waste and abuse might be the theme of this video because Elon Musk isn't letting Stephen Miller's wife go to waste. Here is the report. Musk takes Stephen Miller's wife as Trump aide rage tweets. Now, I scoured this article for the Trump aide rage tweeting. I don't think it exists. I wish I could have found it. It's not in this article. But Elon Musk is officially making his exit from federal government, and it appears he is taking one of President Donald Trump's top aides with him. Katie Miller, a top advisor and spokesperson for the Department of Government Efficiency at the White House, is headed out to work for the tech billionaire. It has prompted rumors to swirl across the internet that there's trouble in West Wing paradise. Yes, that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have a video here outlining it all, that it could very well be. This is the rumor that Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller's wife were in some sort of love triangle. I'm serious. Watch this.
So the DC rumor mill has it that Stephen Miller, his wife Katie Miller, and Elon Musk were in some sort of throuple situation. The original intent was that Katie Miller would serve as a sort of honeypot, which would enable Stephen Miller to control, in some sense, Elon Musk. Well, today, Elon Musk left Doge, and he's apparently taking Katie Miller with him. Apparently, Stephen Miller is currently subtweeting angrily at Elon Musk. So my question is, hypothetically speaking, if Katie Miller did really leave Stephen Miller for Elon Musk, is that an upgrade or a downgrade? I can't decide because Stephen Miller and Elon Musk are both objectively horrible. One thing is for certain, Katie Miller has horrible taste in men. And in a strange way, that comforts me because I've always had a broken picker, but at least my taste in men isn't as bad as Katie Miller's.
Now,
well, if money is the objective, Katie Miller won for a moment in time, willing to be one of many. Maybe that's her only objective. Okay, so I have Tabitha Talks link that I shared in the chat on this story. Let me see if he has anything else on this story from other people, because it doesn't seem like he has much commentary that I want to share. I just want to share the story. Okay, let's see.
Stephen Miller's wife also changed the profile picture of her Twitter account to a SpaceX rocket. Some are saying that that means something more than it is, but also a lot of internet people are just very funny. Y'all online are so funny. Stephen Miller's wife left him for immigrant.
Oh my God. That was funny.
Very good.
That was
Extremely buried lead today is that Elon Musk probably seduced Stephen Miller's wife to impregnate her with another test tube baby. If you don't know what that's a reference to, it's Elon Musk has about 15 children with 15 different women. Someone else just wrote, Elon and Stephen Miller's wife say what now? With this reaction. Very... That was literally me when I found out about this. And I want to say, oh yeah, there's this, and then I got one more. Listen, 2025 has been horrific, but if Elon Musk impregnates Stephen Miller's wife, it will make up for at least 10% of what's happened so far. I'd say 20, but yeah, that would be very funny if that happens. And Elon Musk has a track record of doing it. And then this is an old tweet, but I still think it's very funny, and I think it's apt. The most surprising fact here is that Stephen Miller has a wife, and I'm still single. Shaking my head. Yeah. Well,
that surprised me as well. I did not even know that Stephen Miller had a wife. So that is what I have about the Stephen Miller story. I don't know if you guys were aware of any of that, but go over there to Tabitha Talks. She does a more in-depth story of this, and go check her out. Tabitha Talks. So let me see. I have a couple of more. Well, this seems to be from the Lincoln Project. No, I don't want to share that. I've already talked about that taco Trump always chicken out thing. So let's go to church and school. Why is it important? I showed you yesterday this young man who was going up against I think he's a state congressman in Texas, going up against this thing that they have in Texas that Bill Abbott, of course, said he would sign into law. The bill has passed, but they were doing some talking on the bill and discussion on the bill on Saturday. Let me play this for you. It was to have the 10 Commandments placed in every public school room, every public school room. Democrat star emerges amid explosive Republican scandal. Let's check this out.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you are right now working your way through the end of the session, the state legislative session in Texas. The legislature just passed a bill regarding the 10 Commandments that's making national headlines right now. Can you explain where that bill stands and what the implications of having a bill that mandates the presence of the 10 Commandments in classrooms is?
Yeah, this bill would force every single teacher in the state of Texas to post the 10 Commandments in their classroom. This is in every public school across the state. And it just passed both chambers of the Texas legislature, and now it goes to the governor's desk. Greg Abbott has already promised that he'll sign this bill. And if it's signed, it will go into effect this upcoming school year. Now, I anticipate there will be court challenges because this is blatantly unconstitutional. You know, as you know, we have a separation of church and state in this country, or at least we did. I like to think we still do. In the First Amendment of our Constitution, both the Establishment Clause, which prohibits the government from establishing a state religion, and the Free Exercise Clause. And obviously the government, the legislature in this case, elevating one religious tradition over all the others and putting a religious document on the walls of public buildings, public schools in this case, is a clear violation of that Establishment Clause. So we'll see how those court challenges go, but you know, this is certainly a serious and grave attack on our First Amendment in this country.
Well, not only is it unconstitutional, but what benefit are these legislators who are passing this bill suggesting that students are going to derive from having this overt display of religion in the classroom? Like notwithstanding the fact that this is what they're spending their limited bandwidth on, that you're limited resources on in the legislature, but how are they selling this to the people of Texas as in any way some good use of time?
Well, you know, they've got to be careful because they can't admit that this has a religious purpose, which is a little absurd because we're talking about a religious document, the 10 Commandments. Right. And so they couch this in terms of a historical heritage, meaning the 10 Commandments were somehow essential for our founding fathers and the creation of our founding documents. And that's why they should be put in our public schools, essentially as a piece of history, not a piece of theology. Now, you know, that I think most folks who hear that argument can kind of see right through it. And in fact, I asked them.
And they want to put this as a piece of history. They sure do, but they don't. They have rewritten the school books in Texas to say that Black Africans were immigrants to this country. They want to put a piece of religion in the school as history, but they do not want to teach real history because they say it hurts people and it makes people feel uncomfortable about what their ancestors did, the real history. God forbid we make people feel uncomfortable about facts. Let's continue. I want to show you they have a piece of him questioning her, and you will notice that she is suddenly surrounded by a flock of people when he's just giving her simple questions. That's not the one that I want. I'll let this play. I'll find the one I want.
In the Public Education Committee that if she wants to post a foundational document on the walls of every classroom, why not post the U.S. Constitution on the walls of every classroom in the state of Texas? And the video that's on TikTok and Instagram, you'll see that she's kind of stunned into silence and can't even answer that basic question because it does go right to the heart of her argument. If we're talking about a foundational influence in this country on our educational system, our judicial system, on our governmental systems, obviously the Constitution fits that bill much better than the 10 Commandments. And again, you know, I'm a person of faith. I love the 10 Commandments. I've tried to build my life on the 10 Commandments.
Okay, so I'm going to show you once again him questioning the co-author of this bill. And she cannot even answer anything that would make you, she doesn't even know the 10 Commandments, it appears herself. So let's watch this exchange between them. And let's watch. She wants to put this in as a part of history when Jesus Christ, our Savior, was born or something to that effect. And let's see how she needs help from the first question he asks her. And you're going to see one person walking behind her, and he gives her the answer. And then by the time this video is over, it's going to be like 8 or 9 people standing behind this dumb bitch to give her the answers to a question she should know if the 10 commandments are so important to history for her.
For some questions.
The lady yields for questions. Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Noble. What is the 4th commandment?
Are you referring to my
no answer?
The way it's written in the bill?
Yes.
Okay, right.
No answer. No answer. He's going to help her.
Keep the Sabbath.
Keep the Sabbath.
It's about
Keep
to
the
be on
Sabbath.
Saturday. Is that ironic or what?
So what does it mean to keep?
She didn't know the answer, and you hear him say, "Keep the Sabbath," and they are there on a Sabbath day to discuss this bill that is so important. Let's go back to him giving her this answer. I want you to hear him give her this answer.
Are you referring to my to the way it's written in the bill?
Yes.
Okay, right.
There you go. Remember the Sabbath.
Keep the Sabbath. It's about us being here on Saturday. Is that ironic or what?
So what does it mean to keep the Sabbath holy?
Well, I think it's. You want to get into theology here? I'd love to, if you'd like to. I think it's really important that we take a day of rest. I think God, who founded the world, didn't need rest, and yet He took a day of rest after He did creation. And I think He was a good example to us to take a day of rest, and that is enshrined in our rules in our Constitution, where it says accepting Sunday in our very early documents as a nation.
And so part of keeping the Sabbath holy is not working on the Sabbath?
That is yeah.
And what is
day of rest.
The 10 Commandments come from Judaism. What day is the Jewish Sabbath?
It is on Saturday.
And what day is it today?
It is Saturday.
So these are hypocrites who believe nothing. They want to indoctrinate people in the Christian religion when there are many people who exercise other religions. So the thing that I have to ask myself, I thought that the United States was created so people wouldn't be oppressed by other people's religion. I thought that was the reason why that there is a separation of church and states in the United States because of religious persecution that went on in England and other nations. Isn't that why we create? But why is Texas schools so important? I'm going to tell you why. What happens in Texas is important. In Texas schools is important. Much like these textbooks that say that Africans were immigrants to the United States, instead of the Africans was stolen from their nations and used as slaves to build the United States. It just trips me out how so many of these white nationalists talk about this is their country and they built this country, knowing full and well these people are now comfortable saying that they built the United States, knowing full and well that they couldn't survive in the United States. They didn't know how to survive. They didn't know how to till the land. And thus they brought this great thing called slavery to the United States. The land was tilled by slaves. Their survival was because of the knowledge that the slaves had. They did not even have the fortitude of thought to know how to survive in America. But they built this country. That is just something that irks my nerves about these white supremacists. But let's get back to it's funny we here on the Saturday, to discuss a bill about putting church in school. Let's continue.
We are.
The Christian Sabbath is what day?
Sunday, in honor of the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
And we're scheduled to give this bill a final vote on what day of the week?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Would you be willing to postpone your bill so that we're not breaking the 10 Commandments by working on the Jewish or Christian Sabbath?
I love that you said that, because if we had not had your point of order the other day, we would have actually already completed that.
And that's her answer. Her answer is no. And she's going to blame it on him for doing his job of having a point of order. That's ironic, isn't it? Yeah, it's ironic that I'm gonna break the Sabbath to have my will of putting the Christian religion into all of our schools and disrespecting people who may be Muslim, Hindu, or whatever other religion. It's ironic that I'm willing to break this Sabbath that I hold so deeply to my heart, to honor the day that Jesus Christ, our Savior, was born. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Not the religion. Your bullshit is bullshit. You don't believe in none of the shit you're talking. Sitting up here with this stupid ass grin. Look how many people are behind her. And look at this dumb bitch over here like, oh, you nailed it. You nailed it, Amy. You nailed that question. Look at them. You nailed the question. You nailed it.
Would have actually already completed that.
And so, Representative Noble, you're saying that you'd rather tell people to follow the 10 Commandments than follow it yourself?
I would have rather have had this bill passed the other day when it was time. And that's really sad that we are under such a crunch in time now with the end of session. Our Texas forefathers only gave us 160 days to pass bills, and that's where we are in this session.
We as a legislature
140. Correction.
We as a legislature are about to force every teacher in the state to post the 10 Commandments in their classrooms.
If
Do
they are
members
donated.
of the Texas legislature follow the 10 Commandments?
Is that about the bill?
Your bill is about the 10 Commandments.
Yes,
I'm asking.
You hear him ask a question, and she is quiet because she's kicked back on her heel, and then somebody says, "Is that about the bill?" And she said, "Is that about the bill?" She can't. A dummy.
Your bill is about the legislature follow the 10 Commandments.
Is that about the bill?
You did hear the leading. Is that about the bill?
Bill is about the 10 Commandments.
Yes,
I'm asking, do members of this legislature follow the 10 Commandments?
So again, this bill is about honoring our historical, educational, and judicial heritage with the displaying of the 10 Commandments.
This bill is about a religious doctrine. That's what this bill is about. That's what the 10 Commandments are. It's nothing historical about the 10 Commandments other than in your religion.
Ninth Commandment is thou shalt not bear false witness. Are you aware of any legislators who have lied about anything?
She's lying right now.
That is, there might be one coming up in a minute. If you keep talking, we'll see.
The seventh commandment is thou shalt not commit adultery.
Yes.
Do you think that members of the legislature should focus more on trying to follow the 10 Commandments rather than telling others to follow them?
Maybe they didn't have them posted. It is incumbent on all of us to follow God's law. And I think that we would be better off if.
Is it incumbent on all of us to follow God's law? Okay, so she's talking about her God. She's talking about her God's law. She's not talking about Allah's law. She's not talking about I don't know what they call the Hindu God. She's talking about it is incumbent on us to follow God's law. So what does that have to do with you putting this bill up? And does that have to do anything with you putting the bill up in the classroom? While she wants to pretend like if he asks her a question and their comeback is, does that have anything about this bill being put up in the classroom? Well, what you feel about what you think every person should do in following God's law? Does that have anything to do with why you putting the 10 Commandments up in the classroom? Yes, it does, and that's religious indoctrination. That has everything to do with why you want the 10 Commandments put up in every classroom. Religious indoctrination. Bitch, bye. So I just wanted to share that with you. If you guys haven't seen this, the way that these people would do anything. And why is this important to me? Why should it be important to you? I want to share this with you. Shh. My dog's getting upset with me. It's like, it's not important to me. I'm trying to have doggy dreams over here. You're interrupting my doggy dreams. I almost had caught the squirrel and you interrupted my dreams, Ronnie Q. Hold on. Let me share this with you. Why is it important? What goes on in Texas schools is important to schools all across the United States. I just want... Here we go. I don't want you to just trust me. This is an article, Why is Texas Taking Over the School? In recent years, an increasing number of schools across the country has found themselves under the influence of an unlikely force. Texas, the southern state, known for its distinctive culture and independent spirit, has been quietly shaping the curriculum and policies of school far beyond its borders, from textbooks to standardized testing. Texas has become a powerful player in the education sector. So, what is driving this phenomenon? How has Texas managed to assert its influence on schools across the nations? In this article, we will explore the reasons behind Texas' growing presence in the educational landscape and examine the implications it holds for the future of education in America. This is a vast paper. The link is in my description box. The influence of Texas education policy overview. Texas has a significant influence in education policy, not just within the borders, but also on a national scale, which with its size and population, Texas has the ability to shape discussions and policies in the educational sector. Understanding the various aspects of Texas educational policy is essential for comprehending its impact. Okay, it talks about the TEA, the Texas Educational Agency. Its crucial role is in shaping educational policy. Okay. The role of the State Board of Education, the impact on school curriculum. Texas education policy is significant, has a significant influence on the school curriculum, shaping what students learn, how they learn it. The SBOE's decisions on curriculum standards determine the context covered in subjects such as language, arts, mathematics, science, and social studies, or not. The state emphasis on particular curriculum can have a ripple effect, impacting textbooks, instructional materials used not only in Texas, but also in other states that rely on Texas curriculum. Their influence on standardized testings, measure school performance. These heavily influence teachers' evaluation, school ratings, the funding allocation. This emphasis on standardized testing has led to debates and concerns about the impact of teaching and learning, as well as the narrowing of curricula to focus on test preparation. So you guys have heard how in Georgia, all those teachers were fired because they were helping. I think they were helping students pass these standardized testing tests, and we hear how many times that there's no learning going on in the classroom. The classroom is just taught how to pass these standardized tests because it impacts the finances that are going to the school, the teachers' pay, and everything is surrounded around passing these standardized tests, and how the curriculum is shortened because it's time to prepare for the test, and so there is less teaching in the classroom, which is obvious that there is less teaching in the classroom. That's why this is political influence in education. Should there be? The role of the political power in education. Political power plays a crucial role in shaping education policies. Texas is no exception. The decision made by policymakers have the potential to significantly impact education outcomes, as well as the overall direction and focus of the educational system. The involvement of policies in education, politics in education can lead to ideological debates, varying priorities, and differing approaches to reform. Ideological debates. Why is ideology as opposed of facts having anything to do with what is being taught in the classroom? And now Texas have a conservative ideology in education. Texas conservative ideology has had a profound influence on education policy in the state. The political landscape in Texas has long been characterized by conservative values and principles, which often shape the priorities and direction of educational reforms. This ideology has led to focus on issues such as accountability, really, discipline, really, and conservative social values in the education system. So they want to teach all of this religion in their school, and fuck the facts. Fuck the facts. All of this. They want to teach religion in the school, things that none of them are living up to. The interests of special interest groups. Special interest groups also play a role in shaping the educational policy in Texas. These groups, representing various shareholders such as teachers unions, business interests, and advocacy organizations, seek to influence policymakers and advance their particular agendas, like being against abortion, and all these type of being against the gays, these type of agendas. Why are these agendas? Why is it so important to put the 10 Commandments up in every classroom? Religious agendas. Why? So the power and influence of these groups can shape the direction of education policy and influence decisions made by policymakers. So let's be clear. This bill that she was putting forth has passed, and they're waiting on Greg Abbott to sign it. So let's be clear. The debate over school privatization. Okay. Criticism and support. Battle over evolution in science curriculum. Texas' approach to teaching of evolution in science curriculum has been a source of controversy. The state science standards, revised by the SBOE, have faced criticism for emphasizing certain viewpoints and de-emphasizing aspects of scientific councils. This category highlights the intersection of ideology, politics, education, with implications of how scientific concepts are taught. We're putting the Bible in science. That's what they're saying, especially about the creation of man. They're putting the Bible in with the science. Sex education policies in Texas have generated significant controversy. The state has historically followed the abstinence-only approach to sex education with a limited emphasis on comprehensive information about sexual health. This approach has faced criticism for its potential to inadequately prepare students and contribute to the high rates of teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. Abstinence only. So, do you know that there is a phenomenon of children who are believing in this abstinence only, that they have been taught? They have not been taught how their bodies work. They have not been taught how their reproductive organs work. See, that's sex education. See, the sex education is not telling somebody how to lick. Sex education is not telling somebody how to arouse people. That is not sex education. Sex education is learning about how your reproductive system works. So, in lieu of telling these people, these kids, how their reproduction system works, how that semen that is expelled in the vagina how many hours it can live, let me put it this way. I'm just going to put it like it is. A lot of these people who are staying pure, who are saving themselves for marriage, do you know a lot of these girls are participating in anal sex to hold true to their virtues of being virgins and all of this sperm running out their ass into their coochie, and they wind up pregnant? Do you know that that has happened? Those are cases of these people who have not had vaginal sex who wind up pregnant because they're getting shot up their ass. This is true. And I think Kwani thought that it could penetrate through your body or something. No, it's running out your ass. And what is your asshole closely connected to? So there's that. Let me see. I wanted to get about the textbooks, how the textbooks and what is written and dispersed in the textbook. Okay, the adoption of textbooks by other states. Texas' influence on education extends beyond its borders through the adaptation of its textbooks by other states. Due to the large size of Texas student population, book publishers often customize their textbooks to align with Texas curriculum standards. As a result, content discussions made by the SBOE can have a far-reaching implication, shaping educational material used nationwide, such as Black people came here from Africa as migrants. So you may want to understand why this is important. If you have children, if you have grandchildren, I don't live in Texas, but Texas has a big impact on what is taught to your children. Now, we've talked about school a little bit, and we talked about putting God in school. So let's talk about. We talked about. I guess this wasn't in. I guess God wasn't in this one's school. So can we see this? Can you guys? Oh, I'm not sharing it. Let me share this with you. God may not have been in this one's school because if God was in his school, God knows that this person would have gotten better grades. Was God in? This is K through 12 school. Maybe God is not expected to be in colleges, in the colleges. So Could God have been in this college where 45, 47 in English literature, he got a D plus? I think he's not an immigrant. I think he should know English and literature. He doesn't know how to read a book and understand a book. He got a D plus. Intro to management, a C minus. That's when they used to get plus and minuses. Microeconomics, a C minus. Managerial finance, a C minus. And statistics, I understand why he got a whole F in statistics. So why would I understand him to get an F in statistics? Because of how he's handling these tariffs. That shows that he surely got an F in statistics. Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. So let's let me see. Hey, Grand Rising. Who they think they fooling? Texas always ran education to think about the calculator and the textbooks test. Wait a minute, and the calculators and the textbook test Texas Instruments. I don't know what you mean by that, Leonard. I know that whatever is in the Texas textbook is shared around the world, and too much of Texas school curriculum is guided by these people who want to interject their religion with teaching of science, with teaching of health, and all of this type of stuff, and lies about their implicitness in slavery. That's my point is. They are not even good actor. Their God is the angel of the bottomless pit. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. Who they think they fooling? Okay, so now this is what else I have. I did that. Let me see. So they always talk to you about God. They always want to, hey, the Bushes, how you doing? They always want to talk about God. So now it seems like the winds are changing in Gaza, and this is something that I want to know if you guys have been aware of this. This video is the video Netanyahu doesn't want you to see. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I don't know if you guys have any information about this. But this is stunning. If this is true, this is mind-blowing. Let's go.
And babies and children, Palestinians. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
Now, I definitely heard about these 40 babies that were allegedly. Here we go. I heard
really
this.
Disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened, but that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and their limbs are severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby-trapped houses, and once they released him, they shot and killed him and his wife? Did you know that Israeli soldiers were captured on film raping a Palestinian hostage? And when news of this came to light, Israeli far-right politicians and soldiers and ordinary people.
I remember this. I remember they attacked the jail where they had this Israeli soldier arrested in to free him because it was just a Palestinian woman. So are we just pretending like this new shit has just been happening? Are we pretending like this is how these people view Palestinian, even women who have been SA'd? Let's continue.
Protested outside of the facility where the soldier was being held, demanding that he be released. And in parallel, the Israeli Knesset engaged in debates on the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian hostages.
So they actually had a debate. Should this be okay? And listen to this man. This is insanity. Some in the prosecutor's office thinks it's possible to arrest soldiers for things they do in Nabasa, Hamas elite unit, terrorists. He said, and this guy is asking to insert a stick in a person's rectum. Is that legitimate? So this man on the screen is arguing that there should be no reason to arrest a soldier for any SAing they're doing. And you hear, man, to stick a stick in a person's rectum, is that legitimate? What is his answer? He said yes, if he is Nubaka, Hamas's elite unit. Everything is legitimate to do. Everything is legitimate to do is the reply.
One of the soldiers who was involved in the rape had a media tour all around Israeli media stations and took off his ski mask and was revered as a national hero by members of Israeli society. Did you know that a young Palestinian boy by the name of Saddam Rajab was killed in the occupied West Bank after an Israeli occupation soldier shot him in the stomach? Even though the evidence is right there, it was still responded to by supporters of Israel as being fake or being what they call Pallywood, because not only does Israel kill Palestinians with impunity, but Israel's supporters, to believe that their ideology is morally justified, when they do see images of Israel's policies against Palestinians, they just claim that they're fake, that they didn't happen, that they're made up entirely by Palestinians to claim global sympathy. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces recently killed a 2-year-old Palestinian girl by the name of Layla al-Khatib, who was sitting down to eat dinner with her family in occupied Jenin? She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Not only did the Israeli sniper shoot her, but then the Israeli occupation forces prevented her and her family from rushing to get medical care, and she died. This, of course, is not an aberration. This happens all the time on a daily basis. Prior to October 7th, 2022 had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children killed by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank in 15 years. But did you even know about it? Did you know that in 16 months of genocide in Gaza, Israel has managed to halve the life expectancy in Gaza? If that isn't proof of genocide, I don't know what could be proof of genocide. Did you know that
the truth, I didn't know about all of those children who had been targeted. I guess they said, well, we'll root them out so they won't reproduce. We'll take them out early. This is just disgusting shit that is never shown in the media that has been going on. And now somebody said it in a particular way. I was looking at the EU council meeting that they had, and the dude from Palestine broke down in tears. There was a doctor from the United States, from Southern California, who reported on the atrocities that he saw done to women and children, pregnant women, the babies, cut in half in their womb, their open womb. They've been shot in the stomach and their stomach was open. The baby had been shot in half and all of these type of atrocities. This was a Southern California doctor. And now they say that France and Canada have finally spoken out against this genocide that's going on in the West Bank. But they said that they are only doing it to clear their hands, to clean their hands, because their hands have been in it this long. I mean, it didn't take all of this for us to understand 11 weeks of people being starved of food, fuel, medicine, 11 weeks for only a few trucks to come in. And then when the people are running to the trucks, they're being pecked off like it's a game, to peck the people off who are so desperate for food that they're taking a chance to running in an open field where you put the field in a put the food in an open field, so you can then turn around and shoot them as they are trying to reach the food. Some people know that they're taking chances, but they say they are going to take the chance to try to feed their families. Did you guys know that? I talked about that yesterday. Nobody else want to comment on it. I understand. I'm going to comment on it regardless.
Israel withholds Palestinian bodies and prevents Palestinians that it killed from being returned to their families. Over 600 Palestinian bodies are being illegally held by Israel, some since the 1960s. Did you know that if you go on Google Maps and you look for satellite images of Beit Hanun, you will see that Israel has completely destroyed and erased that village in Gaza, that city in Gaza, and instead replaced all of the buildings, the stores, the homes, the parks, the schools, the mosques, the churches, with thick mud embedded with Israeli tank marks in the shape of a Star of David. Not a single corporate mainstream media outlet covered that story, thought it would be important. Consider, for example, as part of Israel's genocide, Israel has destroyed the overwhelming majority of all the infrastructure that is related to the provision of basic services like electricity, like water, like sanitation.
And we know that once it's in rubble, they then go and tear it down. I showed you the video how after they root out everybody in the population, they won't even allow the rubble to stand. They go and flatten the rubble so the Palestinians will have no place to go back to. We heard our stupid 45, 47. Well, there's nothing there. They can't go back to that. We can build something on that. They can't get nothing rebuilt for themselves. They got to leave their land, but because you want to build something on there for other people. Yeah, that's what he said. It can be turned into something fabulous. How come it can't be turned into something fabulous it don't even have to be fabulous. How come it can't be turned into something that the people who remain can live in? But you can't see it being turned in for people whose land it is to live in. You can see it as a resort destination for everybody. For everybody. Not for them, for everybody else.
It destroyed 90% of the housing units in Gaza. 90%. If that isn't genocide, I don't know what is. You can't possibly make the argument that the destruction of the majority, the overwhelming majority of all housing units in Gaza does not constitute intent to destroy a people in whole or in part. If you continue to get your information from mainstream media, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know any of these stories. But I think we should understand that if any one of these incidents had happened to an Israeli child or an Israeli family, then not only would the media be all over the story, politicians would be condemning it in the strongest possible terms, there would be widespread coverage and discussion about the horrors that that individual had endured. But when violence is carried out against Palestinians systematically in much wider proportions over 76 years, it is something that the global North wants us to accept as a reality, as a status quo.
They want you to ignore it. They want you to get over it. But they can't get over losing their slave. But they want you to get over your ancestors being enslaved and all the redlining and all the Jim Crow. They want you to get over all of that and all the oppression that we live under now. Yeah, girl, we know what you're talking about.
As the default, and as a result,
as they run in the streets with their Confederate flags, talking about who won't replace them. While the administration is talking all this, oh, good shit, we gonna stand by the Jewish. How come the administration is mute on all of these white supremacists running the street, talking about Jews will not replace us with their Confederate flags, which is bought and sold history of having slavery? How come nothing? You don't hear nothing about that, because whatever white people do, they feel that it is okay. The same way that they are taking Palestinian people, people who have protests for what is being done in Palestine, and connected them and said that they are Hamas sympathizers, and that they are, some of them they have actually accused with working with Hamas because they are against what is going on in Israel. Do you see the parallel? Do you also see the parallel of the fucking lie that your 45, 47 set up and said that the white people were having genocide put on them, but while ignoring actual genocide and supplying the bombs to the people who are committing genocide? Do you notice how he ignores this and lie and tell you that white farmers are victims of genocide, while he ignores what's going on in the Darfur region of Africa, while the media ignores what is going on in Darfur? You hear about it every 4 to 5 months, a story about the brutalities, all of the children who are being SA'd, boys and girls who are being SA'd over there, and nobody think that it is newsworthy or noteworthy to bring to the people. Why a dumb Asian, half nigger over there talking about, if you want to sleep, you need to come to my page. No, motherfuckers, if you want to wake up, you need to come to my page. If you want to sleep, go over there and listen to a dumb motherfucker talk about dumb shit, about a motherfucker who drink dinner wine all day, every day. If you want to stay asleep. See, these are the things that are going on in the world around you. And what you don't think affects you does affect you. So if it didn't affect you, why he bringing Afrikaners over to America under the rules that they are subject to genocide, saying that these white Afrikaner who are instilled in racial hatred towards black. Why is he saying that these are the people he's bringing over here because they are the best fit to integrate into the United States society? So what you're saying, people who grew up in apartheid, being on the wrong side of apartheid, being the people who had suppressed Black people for decades, these are the people who can most integrate themselves into American society? Do you not see what is being said in your face and you don't have shit to say back about it? Oh, you sleep. Let's continue.
Allowed to prevail with absolute impunity. After 15 months of a daily live stream genocide, we're really at a very critical turning point. Either the global community decides that international law is to mean something and is to actually be applied consistently to all offenders, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, no matter the circumstances, or we decide to throw it away entirely. I don't see a middle ground, because the Gaza genocide has exposed the double standards and the hypocrisy that is so embedded into the system. If you take the example of the ICC warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, you've had states in Europe come out and say they're just not going to honor the warrants. Netanyahu and Gallant will be allowed to visit their states.
Yeah, they said there are warrants out for their arrest. Israel must when obviously the United States is ignoring the warrants because wasn't he just in our White House a couple of weeks ago, sitting there laughing, chummy in our White House? Do you know that there is a UN arrest warrant out for him? Do you know that when he travels, he has to take strange routes because God forbid he would have to land his plane in one of these nations that will arrest his ass? Do you know that? Do you even know these things? Let's continue.
It's in total impunity, and that they won't comply with the obligation to actually arrest them and hand them over to The Hague. That's their obligation as signatories to the Rome Statute, the treaty that establishes the International Criminal Court. And in retaliation for the issuance of the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed in Gaza, the US, under the Trump administration, has sanctioned the International Criminal Court. That should make everyone stop to pause and reflect.
The U.S. has sanctioned the court who has put an arrest warrant out on Netanyahu. Did you know that? Did you even know that? Did you know one of the the sticking points with 45-47 against the president of South Africa that he came and brought in to his office to show some propaganda bullshit lies to call himself saying it to his face? Nobody gives a fuck about you lying to his face because the whole world knows that bullshit was nothing but a bunch of lies, but you lied to his face. It's unimpressive for a liar to lie all the time to my face, to my back, to my ass. I don't give a fuck. You're a liar. So do you guys know that one of the sticking points why he is upset with South Africa, because South Africa has signed on to this ICC document about war crimes that Israel is inflicting on the Palestinian people? Do you know that that's one of the reasons why he's mad? Why 45-47 is mad?
On who the good guys are in this and who might the bad guys be. The world that we're creating, if we continue to ignore international law, is a very dangerous world. It's a world where the state's conduct is not bound by any notions of law or morality. It's a world where the only principle is if I can get away with it, then I will do it. It's a world that is going to, in many ways, resemble much of the death and destruction and killing that we saw at the height of empire hundreds of years ago. But also it's a world that's going to be much more dangerous even than that because of the ability now to accelerate and to automate killing and destruction through the technologies of today that we didn't have back then. Every single crime that they get away with is merely a precursor for a more egregious crime in the future. And the only thing that can stop that pattern from continuing is accountability. That's why it's so important for people all around the world to demand that policymakers and governments comply with their obligations under international law. And in this current moment, that means allowing for the reconstruction of Gaza by Palestinians for Palestinians without the interference or the meddling of the West. And international law requires that Israel unconditionally and immediately withdraw from the occupied Palestinian territories. The Gaza Strip, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, there is no debate. There is widespread consensus, and this was affirmed most recently by the International Court of Justice in its July 2024 advisory opinion, where the court held that Israel's existence in the occupied Palestinian territories is illegal. Israel's existence is illegal. That means that if Israeli soldiers were to plant flowers in Gaza, that act would be illegal because they have no right to be there in the first place. It's Palestinian land. The court went so far as to say that Israel's conduct in the occupied Palestinian territories violates a number of peremptory norms under international law. These are norms of the highest order from which no derogation is possible. They're the most serious violations of international law. Violations like the prohibition on apartheid, against racial discrimination, against violating self-determination of Palestinians, against the acquisition of territory by force. The court found that Israel was engaged in all of these extremely serious breaches towards the Palestinians. and that the only solution is an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Israeli forces from Palestinian land. Now, when you compare that, which is what Israel's obligations are under international law, with the public discourse in the West, you see how far we are from adopting a policy that is compliant with the law. So this is really important. Israel must leave Palestinian land and has no legal claim to it whatsoever. Not to build settlements there, not to extract wealth from Palestinian land through the theft of resources like Palestinian gas off the coast of Gaza, not to take our water, not to do anything there. It has no right to be there, period. It's so essential in this moment to support.
Okay, so now I just wanted to let you in on some insights that you may not have known. Once you know, you can't go back into not knowing. You pretend you don't know, but once you know, you cannot unknow things. Let me say this. There has been a report that now Netanyahu, since so many nations have come out, the UN said that they must do something now. In this last UN meeting that I showed you, they said that they must act against Israel. That was the day before yesterday. I played the video on yesterday, and then miraculously, what has happened? There has been a ceasefire agreement offered up. Now, it is alleged that they have to wait for Hamas to agree to the ceasefire. So after all of this has happened, but now, strangely, what is going on in Israel? Something strange has gone on since this ceasefire has been announced. It has also been announced that Netanyahu is turning over his government because he has to go in for a scheduled doctor's appointment. And this is strange because why would you have to turn over your administration to your whatever they call them, deputy chair or whatever they call them? Why would you have to do that now? So from 6 in the morning until he comes back, Israel is not going to be in the hand of Netanyahu. So let me bring that up and understand that why a ceasefire has been presented. It has not been signed. So what is going to happen? And even though it has been signed, a fraction of Netanyahu's army is still raining down terror on, let me see, on another nation, on Palestine, even though that they have this agreed ceasefire. Maybe I put it in my videos. Let me find this. I want to share this with you. Netanyahu is going MIA for an alleged scheduled doctor visit. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to find it. I'm gonna pull it up. In the meantime, I want you to hear. I think I didn't share this with you. I want you to hear this thing about Kash Patel that I spoke of earlier, while I find this thing about Netanyahu going out on doctor's leave. And well, at least he got some PTO time for being a a fucking whole genocide pushing him off. Let me show you this.
current and former FBI and Justice Department officials for this story, and they all expressed concern that Kash Patel is just not taking the job of FBI director as seriously as he should be. I was told, for example, that his 8:30 a.m. intelligence briefing was reduced from 5 days a week to 2 because he had trouble showing up on time. And when he does attend, I'm told his briefers are finding it hard to hold his attention. Meanwhile, he's been traveling around the country on FBI jets to Las Vegas, where he has a home, and to Nashville, where his country singer girlfriend lives. And he's also been spotted at pro hockey games and UFC fights. Now, his spokesman pushed back on all of this, saying he's working hard and attending morning meetings. Meanwhile, Patel did have an embarrassing walkback this week on the FBI budget, first saying he opposed a White House proposal for a 5% cut, but the next day saying he supports it. So one day he was saying the cuts would hurt the FBI's mission, and the next day he said they were fine. My FBI sources are saying this is not the kind of leadership that inspires confidence. I spoke to more than 15 current and former FBI and Justice Department officials for this story, and they all expressed concern that Kash Patel is just not taking the job of FBI director as seriously.
I just wanted to make sure that you got the beginning of that because the volume was down at the beginning. The settlers and the IDF make life impossible for the Palestinians. If you get a chance, watch The Settlers by Louis Theroux. It's a disgrace. So let me see if I can find this Netanyahu. I cannot find it. Let me see if I can find it in regular text. Hold on one second. Okay. Will undergo Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will undergo a routine medical examination on Friday, which is today. His office announced unannounced announcement. The cabinet appointed Justice Minister Yarvil Levin, who also holds the post as Deputy Prime Minister, as the acting premier during the checkup. Which indicated Netanyahu will be to get sedated. So let's. I don't know if you guys knew about that. Let me see. Let me see. They don't say what type of medical examination he will be going under. Let me see what the Hill has to say about this. Okay. Ooh, I gotta increase this. My goodness. Okay, here we go. This is Netanyahu undergoes hernia surgery as his deputy covers for him. Also, got more information. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu was scheduled to undergo surgery Sunday for a hernia, according to a statement from his office. Wait a minute, what date is this? Oh, this is that's not a current article. I was just gonna say, wait a minute, we don't have more information. That's an old article. That's when he had hernia surgery. This is I'm not going to take anything from the Times of Israel. J-Wire, I'm not familiar with J-Wire. I'm not sure if this is an Israeli back paper. I'm trying to get some independent media. After the hernia surgery, he left the hospital against doctor's orders, I see. Netanyahu prostate surgery secrets. I don't know. That is in 2024, December 2024. Danielle, who to undergo urgent surgery, that was in March of 2024. Okay, let's see what this is. Okay. I'm not, I don't see this in any American media, so I don't know who some of these media outlets are. Hold on. Let me try this. Here we go. Okay, I can't find anything about this. Israel accept new ceasefire deal, but that's coming from Caroline Levitt. So, you know, she's a big liar. It's let's hear. Let me see. Special envoy Witkoff. So we know that's a lie because we know Witkoff is nothing but a kiss ass and a ball jiggler. No, he jiggles balls. So we know that he has not impacted any type of ceasefire in Israel. So let's see what the lying Levitt is saying. Here we go.
I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported. Israel signed off on this proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that those discussions are continuing, and we hope that a ceasefire in Gaza will take place so we can return all of the hostages home, and that's been a priority from this administration from the beginning. I won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now. I can confirm that
Okay,
Special
so that's
Envoy
what we
Witkoff
got
and the president submitted a
from
ceasefire
Levitt
proposal to Hamas that
on
Israel
this.
backed and supported. Israel signed off on this proposal before it was.
So let me read one of these articles about what's going on with him today. In today's time, let me see. Well, I'll give you their own article about who is JFeed. Are you familiar with JFeed, Liz, or Z Sarah? I'm not familiar with this organization. Let me read this. Let me see if you guys are familiar with this publication. Never heard of it. What? Maybe I won't read JFeed. I never heard of it either. Let me go back to a different publication. I'll read their own publication of what they had to say about it. The Times of Israel. Okay, let's go with the Times of Israel, what they are saying about it. It's like, what? JFeed? That sounds like JJ Fad. Supersonic. Supersonic. I ain't never heard of no shit like that. Okay, let's go with this one right here. The Times Israel. I don't see any text. Oh, there he is. Netanyahu undergoes. What date is this? Colonoscopy. That's what I was wondering. I didn't want to say he was getting his butt blown out. I was thinking since he had to be sedated. Today, updated at 4:02 p.m. Today? What do you mean today at 6:37 a.m.? What is today? How do you date something as today? I want to make sure I got the dates right. Okay. His office says a medical exam was successful checkup comes 5 months after the premier had had prostate removed. Okay, so he's getting an exam after he's had his prostate removed. Let me see. Am I sharing this? Yes, I'm sharing this with you. Okay. Prime Minister Netanyahu underwent a successful routine colonoscopy on Friday morning. No, this is not what I want. This is some old shit. This is in March 2024. I don't want this. I don't want that. What do I want? I want money. That's what I want. I can't find it. Let me see. I cannot find any information. Now, I can't read. I thought that I had marked it to share with you guys in here, but I didn't save it. Let me go through my alerts and see if I can find it there. See if I happened upon it in my alerts and just didn't save it. I hate when that happens. Okay. While I look for this, why don't you guys check out one of these white Afrikaners that they bought over here and what the wealth that he says he has. Don't forget that they tried to pretend like these were people who were running for their lives. Going to find out he had a 5-bedroom house and all the accoutrements that he had. And don't forget that there is a word on the curve that they are buying into some of this J.D. Vance farmland. So let's take a listen to this.
The miles of some of these South Africans who've now moved to the United States of America through refugee status fast tracking on behalf of or by the Trump administration. We've all been waiting to hear for them to speak for themselves about this decision that they've made, their motives and their understanding of why they left and what they expect from their lives now that they are in the United States. And honestly, the comparison with Survivor makes perfect sense because apparently they went there to survive. You know that refugees need to flee famine or war to survive. So welcome to Survivor America Afrikaner edition. 2 of the alleged refugees have now spoken to international media, one to the New York Times, another to BBC. But we now have long-form interviews and quotes from 2 people, Errol Langton and Charles Plainhouse. And some of the things that they said will not surprise you, but some of them will really surprise you and show you how much more absurd the situation is. For example, just right off the bat, one of them is a raging bigot who on his social media, which he has confirmed is his, he has exhibited at the very least anti-Semitic sentiments, but all kinds of bigoted sentiments over the years. But let's work through these 2 interviews with Charles and Errol, because I think that they're very important and instructive of showing a little bit of the thought process behind these guys, these groups of people. And again, we don't now know anymore how many there are. It could be 49. Some media saying 49, some media saying 58, some media saying 59, but we're going to continue to call them the 49ers here in South Africa, just for ease. So I want to start with Charles Kleinhaus because his interview is pretty extraordinary. He spoke to the BBC, quite a long form interview. His family, he says, he had a family farm in Mpumalanga province in South Africa, very beautiful, very lovely. And Charles spoke a little bit about how difficult it was to make the sacrifice of moving to the United States of America. He said, I had to leave a 5-bedroom house, which I will lose now. Also had to leave behind his car, his dogs, and even his mother. I didn't come here for fun, he adds. Now, you know, we were talking about whether or not all of these Afrikaners were, the joke being white car guards from Brakpan. This is a guy, a 5-bedroom house. His mother, his dogs, his car, he has a farm. Didn't his LinkedIn also say that he had some kind of mining business?
I believe so, yeah.
Same guy. Extraordinary wealth, extraordinary blessings. The kind of quality of life, the kind of assets, the kind of properties, the kind of business, the kind of home living, the kind of cars and normal standard of life that the vast majority of South Africans could only dream of having. That the majority of Black South Africans in particular, pretty much we know, will not realistically be able to have a 5-bedroom house in their lifetimes. And he is, woe is me, gone to the United States of America for a better life and is now living in a budget hotel near an American highway. The delusion, the victim mentality, the failure to grasp reality. And he said he's super happy that, I mean, he says, I finally felt somebody in this world is seeing what's going on about Trump and the US talking about, or like getting them over. And again, it's like, what did they see that's going on? In your 5-bedroom house on a farm in Mpumalanga with your mining company, your dog, your car, and your mother. Like my heart does not bleed for you, bro. Like nothing about this makes, it's just almost beyond belief. And of course, no surprise, he's on that deluded trip that quite a few white South Africans are on, which is fact-free and false, saying things like the land expropriation has gone too far, your land becomes worthless, people are scared of that. And again, no land has been expropriated unjustly without compensation. No land will be expropriated unjustly without compensation separate from the courts in the new Land Expropriation Act. And that Land Expropriation Act, in the way that it works, that Expropriation Act, is done all around the world, including in the United States of America. They just call it a different thing. But the delusion is so clear. Then he says, other Afrikaners who criticize us live in a bubble. You were in a 5-bedroom house on a farm in Mpumalanga. What bubble are the other Afrikaners in when you live in a 5-bedroom house on a farm in Mpumalanga and have a mining company?
I also think it's fascinating that you assume that the majority of Afrikaners are in a bubble.
Now let's get to the Jewish hate of it all, the anti-Semitic post.
But this is where it gets very wild in a way that I referred to earlier, because good old Charles posted some horrible things on social media in the last few years that if he were a brown or Black American or a foreign exchange student on a study visa in America, he would have had to flee the country, as many have in the last few years. He would have to be, or he would be deported. He would definitely be deemed to be an anti-Semite. And these are genuinely anti-Semitic posts. These are genuinely vile and anti-Semitic bigotries that he posted, not just, hey, maybe we shouldn't allow for the killing and genocide of Palestinians, right? It's a completely different thing. Quote, Jews are untrustworthy and a dangerous group. Then in another one, he shared a right-wing nationalist YouTube video that was later removed titled, We'll Shoot Illegal Immigrants, Poland's Illegal Islamic Immigration Solution, with clapping emojis. So he's an Islamophobe who has celebrated the potential shooting and murder of Muslim people, and he has just spread bigotry about Jews. Now, he has said in these interviews that, yes, that is his stuff. And he was feeling very angry and upset at the time because he's a very religious Christian and he saw a video that purported to show Jews spitting on Christians and it made him very upset. Now, BBC pointed out that they had not been able to verify that that video was depicting real truth. So we don't even know if that incident ever happened. But even in that case, he says, I'm a very religious person. I'll stand up for my religious beliefs. Oh, how very Jesus-like of you. How very, very what would Jesus do of you? To post
I didn't
violent-
see anything Jesus-ishy in that response. So that link is in my description box. So let me share one last thing with you. Maybe it's here that I saw that report. The stunning poll out of Israel will make your, what is it? A stunning poll out of Israel will make your jaw drop. The majority of a report. I may have seen the reporting here. Okay.
They're being relentless, and it feels like now they have an unfettered lane, as it were, to do this ethnic cleansing. There was a poll that came out in Haaretz, I think overnight or yesterday, showing massive support for ethnic cleansing in Gaza amongst the Israeli population. Trump doesn't seem to be terribly concerned about this. There was a brief moment where it looked like that they had made some negotiations with maybe, the Saudis or maybe the UAE was like, you got to do more for Gaza. And it got him to say there should be more food to Gaza. And so the Israelis let in like half a dozen trucks, woefully insufficient to keep kids from starving. 50 people killed overnight. The family that we've had on from time to time who've started a bakery in Gaza and have started to attempt to do a kindergarten, they just lost 9, maybe 11 people in a drone attack last night.
We'll put a link to that fundraiser in the
That's not the Dardu family.
No, no, it is the Al Dagma family. They were killed east of Khan Yunis, and undoubtedly, children. I mean, it's just.
Yes, it's ramping up, and this week, and I have it as my pinned tweet right now. This comment from Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, which is just truly extraordinary. I can read his quote. He says, "The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas and not just focusing on the military infrastructure. We are eliminating ministers, officials, money changers, and elements of the economic and governmental system," unquote. And the Gaza Ministry of Health just announced that 12 ICU nurses were assassinated this week, some in targeted strikes on their homes with their families. So the attacks on journalists and medical professionals have ramped up, and so Smotrich is saying that it is now official Israeli policy that they're targeting civilians and the entire civilian infrastructure.
And there's no, where is the Arab leadership? I mean, there seems to be no pushback. There seems to be, short of like France and UK and Canada.
And that's the thing that I'm wondering. Of all of the people who are finally speaking out, no Muslim nation that I've heard has spoken out about in any of this. They're too busy setting up crypto deals with 45, 47 and Trump Tower deals. I've heard many of them say that there is no two-state solution. So you're not saying anything about this genocide. So what are you are you saying that there will not be two states of people to have a solution with? You're not saying a whole lot. You got a whole lot of money, but you ain't helping a whole lot of nobody but yourselves. That's what I'm curious about. Where are they in this outrage over what's going on in Palestine? With we will not accept anything but a two-state solution. Who is the second state going to be as you see them getting away with the Palestinian people in mass? Where are these people? So that was earlier yesterday. So as the day wore on, there was a ceasefire agreement. So let me play for you what this ceasefire agreement entails. I think, here we go.
Panicked evacuation of staff.
Okay, so let's go with Democracy Now! We know that she does daily updates on the situation. So let's see what she has to say. Oh shit. Breaking news, China knifes Trump, sending him into a rage. I don't know what that's about.
And patients at the Al-Auda Hospital, which was the last functioning hospital in North Gaza. To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel issued new forced displacement orders for residents of northern Gaza and parts of Gaza City as its assault on the Palestinian territory enters its 601st day. The order set off a panicked evacuation of staff and patients at the Al-Auda Hospital, which was the last functioning hospital in North Gaza. Health officials say Israeli attacks on hospitals have killed more than 1,400 medical workers since October 2023. On Thursday, Israeli attacks across Gaza killed at least 70 Palestinians. Airstrikes since dawn today have killed a further 18 people, according to Gaza hospital officials. Al Jazeera reports Israeli troops shot and wounded 20 Palestinians trying to reach an aid distribution point set up by the shadowy U.S. Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's the third aid center set up by the group so far. The United Nations has said the foundation's decision to open a handful of aid hubs exclusively in the south of Gaza Strip puts civilian lives in danger and encourages mass displacement by using aid as bait. Meanwhile, Gaza's food crisis continues to worsen, as the trickle of aid now entering the territory is far too little for its population of over 2 million people. This is Khala Abu Zafar, mother of an 11-month-old child suffering from malnutrition, who said she did not manage to get a meal after waiting in line at a soup kitchen in Gaza City Wednesday.
This boy is suffering from extreme malnutrition. The average weight for his age is 12 kilograms. Now he only weighs 3.9 kilograms. He has been granted a medical evacuation 20 days ago, but I'm still waiting.
On Thursday, the White House said Israel had agreed to a U.S.-crafted Gaza ceasefire proposal and that Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, had submitted it to Hamas. Dropsite News reports the deal includes a 60-day initial truce, a redeployment of some Israeli occupation forces, and an exchange of captives, including 10 living Israelis held hostage in Gaza. It would also require the immediate delivery of humanitarian aid, including by the United Nations and the Red Crescent. Hamas officials said they were studying the deal, but a member of the group's political bureau told Reuters the proposal in its current form would result in, quote, the continuation of killing and famine in Gaza. Israel's military has intensified its airstrikes on southern Lebanon in further violations of a ceasefire deal agreed to in November. On Thursday, an Israeli drone strike killed a municipal worker operating a water well near Lebanon's border with Israel. Separately, one person was killed by Israeli gunfire in the Lebanese border town of Kfar Kila. President Trump's newly named envoy to Syria raised the U.S. flag.
Hold on. Are you kidding me? You are operating a water well. Does that mean that you were getting water out of a well and you lost your life from an Israeli strike? Is that what she just said? I think that's what she just said. Now, what is this about this ambassador to Syria?
Over the ambassador's residence in Damascus Thursday for the first time since its closure in 2012. Thomas Barak's visit to the Syrian capital comes just weeks after Trump lifted sanctions on Syria, prompting the European Union to follow suit. Saudi Arabia's defense minister warned leaders of Iran last month they should accept President Trump's offer to negotiate a new nuclear agreement with the United States or face military action by Israel. That's according to Reuters, which reports Saudi Prince Khalid bin Salman personally delivered the message that Trump's team would want to reach a deal quickly, that the window for diplomacy would close fast, and that an Israeli attack was possible if the talks broke down. Khalid bin Salman's visit to Iran in April was the first by a high-ranking member of the Saudi royal family in more than 20 years. A federal appeals court Thursday temporarily reinstated Trump's sweeping global.
Okay, so let's talk about this.
Tariffs, staying a decision by a trade court that had blocked those tariffs one day earlier after finding Trump overstepped presidential authority by invoking emergency powers. Prior to Thursday's stay, another federal court, this time in Washington, D.C., had also blocked Trump's tariffs. The case is expected.
Okay, so you remember I told you yesterday, I was going to talk about this too, that a court had blocked Trump's tariffs. He immediately appealed it, and the appeal court just stayed the blockade on the tariffs, which means the tariffs will be allowed to go forth until it is the stay is only the stay is it only applies to while they are trying to get the case overturned by the Supreme Court. So it appears if the Supreme Court takes this case, they will decide. It is not a them putting a stay on the ruling that the tariffs were unconstitutional because it is the job of the Congress. They have not made a position on that. They just decided to stay they just decided to stay the decision that it was unconstitutional and that the Congress is in charge of it. I don't understand why these stays are given. It is clearly Congress's job, and Congress knows that it is their job to do this. But they stated, and the one thing that is in this stay is the argument by 4547 saying if they were wrong in these putting forth these tariffs, that they are going to repay back every person who had to pay out money in these tariffs. And without reading the ruling, you think that was the only thing that they did, that they set it aside and let 4547 get a win? But this may not be a win for 4547, because if it is determined that he was outside of his constitutional bounds to incite to put forth these tariffs, he will have to repay everyone who has been financially impacted, because this is what their own argument was, and this is what they said that they would do themselves in their own argument. So let's hang tight. The Gap already said that this tariff has cost them over $300 million. So we'll see what happens with that. So let me get to that. I think I have it available. The back and forth with the tariffs. Let me find this. Judge rules no on the tariffs. Tariff block is blocked by a judge. They have blocked the block of the tariff. So let me play these two clips that I have for you, and then we can get out of here about these tariffs and how they are affecting people, and get a clear understanding of what the blockage of what the last judge ruled on the tariffs. So here we go. Let me pull up these two things. Here we go. Let me share this screen with you about the appeals court decision. Appeals court delays ruling that block the Trump tariffs.
Has temporarily delayed a court order that blocked President Trump's tariffs, or most of them anyway.
The court issued the administrative stay while it considers an appeal from the White House. Filings in the case are due by June 9th, with more hearings to follow. Let's bring in our Christian Cordero and our business correspondent, Alexis Christoforous, as the news breaks.
So, Alexis, what does this mean for the state of Trump's tariffs and the health of the economy, and how's the market react?
Well, right now, it seems as though there's not much movement in the stock market. I dare say that we're getting used to this whiplash from the White House on the tariff policy, and now whiplash in our court system. It seems though, as for now, as I continue to make my way through this ruling and read it, that the Trump tariffs are allowed to stay in place as he wanted, overturning, in essence, that ruling that was earlier today, saying that he had overstepped his bounds and that he did not have the authority, the executive power to put these tariffs in place in a unilateral way. You might think the market would sell off on this news. Quite the contrary, it's really more like the status quo. Stocks did rally early today on enthusiasm from that initial court ruling, and then really pared back most of those gains, realizing this is not the end of the trade war, realizing an appeal could actually work in the president's favor. And it seems that at least temporarily, that seems to be the case.
That's right. The ruling not overturned, but put on hold while the appeals process continues. But the effect, as you point out, is right now Trump can continue imposing those tariffs.
So, Christian, is the White House saying anything?
This is exactly to what Terry and Alexis have been saying, Kira, what the White House has wanted. And they have done that in the paper trail over the past 24 hours or so, immediately appealing the ruling today, blasting the authority of the court, questioning whether it can even do this. And then this appealing does effectively what it asked the court to do, which was put this on ice and delay enforcing it, even going as far as to say that it would be a national security threat to essentially get in the way of the president's negotiations as they're happening right now, potentially hinting at a change in balance, so to speak, as he negotiates with China, the European Union, and other major trading partners. So this does set up, though, a really interesting landscape of how these negotiations will continue over the next month or so when that 90-day pause is set to expire. And then, of course, as we know, this is all escalating closer to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's a great point. I want to take to Alexis that, what's up is down, what's down is up, week by week, tariffs in, tariffs blocked, tariffs levied, tariffs paused. Yeah, it's a lot of whiplash for the market. How is it responding?
Okay, so we've heard that. Now, let's break this down, what is actually in these court documents. What did the judge say, and how did they argue this case? Let me share my screen with you. Now, understand that what is that? The whole premise of this is that 4547 did not have the was not in charge of putting tariffs on nations. This is the job of Congress. But how 4547 wrangled his way around unilaterally putting tariffs on other countries was that he said that there was an economic emergency. So that was how he decided he was going to get around it. So let's listen to it.
Will issue refunds of his illegal. Well, Donald Trump said today that he will issue refunds of his illegal tariffs to every American business that has been forced to pay those tariffs. Donald Trump being the most incompetent president in history and the president who knows the least about what his own government is doing, his own White House at any given moment, means that it is very likely tonight that Donald Trump is learning this for the first time. It is very likely tonight that Donald Trump does not know, until I just said it, that he made that promise today. Donald Trump's Justice Department lawyers desperately begging an appeals court to pause the unanimous ruling last night by the United States Court of International Trade against the Trump tariffs, those lawyers knew what they would have to tell the appeals court to get the appeals court to pause last night's ruling that the Trump tariffs are unconstitutional and illegal. And so Donald Trump's Justice Department lawyers put it in writing today that Donald Trump will issue refunds of his illegal tariffs if the final ruling in the case by the appeals court or the United States Supreme Court agrees with the real judicial experts about international trade that the Trump tariffs are illegal. The best way to hide important news like this from most people in the news media is to put it in writing in legal pleadings that very few people in the news media ever actually read. There are some newspaper reports about the appeals court decision today to grant the Trump Justice Department's request to pause the ruling in the case. But even those reports don't find the reason why the appeals court did that. The federal appeals court didn't give a reason why they did it. The federal appeals court unanimously granted a temporary pause in last night's ruling by the United States Court of International Trade, saying today, quote, the request for an immediate administrative stay is granted. These cases are temporarily stayed until further notice while this court considers the motions papers. And that's all the appeals court said. They don't have to say why they were doing that, and they did not say why they stayed the case until at least June 9th, which is now the deadline they issued for briefs from both sides to be fully submitted to the appeals court. One of the key factors in issuing a stay during an appeal like this is that the stay will not harm the other side. When you're asking for a stay, you have to make it clear to the court that the stay won't harm the other side in the case. And so on page 25 of the Trump lawyers pleading to the appeals court today for a stay in the case, Donald Trump's lawyers put this promise from Donald Trump in writing to the appeals court, quote, if tariffs imposed on plaintiffs during these appeals are ultimately held unlawful, then the government will issue refunds to plaintiffs, including any post-judgment interest that accrues. And a huge amount of interest could accrue on the tariffs that have already been paid. So there's Donald Trump's promise.
Okay, so that is the complete understanding of this. They got the a stay on the judgment pending their appeal. They didn't allow the judgment to go right into effect because they are appealing it. So they gave them a stay on the judgment. And based upon the argument that the attorneys from 45 to 47 gave. So it ain't over until the appellate court sings. And then after they appeal it there, you can be sure that they will appeal it up into the Supreme Court. And I wish the Supreme Court would stop taking every fucking case. They have the ability to accept or deny if they know that this is law. Quit accepting these cases on this bullshit about a law that is already a law of the land. So, did you guys hear about the senator who had a town hall meeting and people were pissed at him for things that he voted for this big, beautiful bill, and come to find out the things that he said that he voted on this bill, and when he started getting questioned, he had the audacity to say that he didn't read the bill. They were asked why he gave the okay to cut food stamps, and he didn't read the bill. They asked him why it was okay. He voted yes for the Supreme Court to be lose their power in this budget bill. What does even this? That was another thing that they snuck in, that that the administration would not have to apply. They would not have to obey Supreme Court orders. Let's check this out right quick before we go. I think this is important to know that these dumbasses are up there appealing things. voting for things that they want to say they didn't know it was in the bill. That is their job.
I'm concerned about the SNAP benefits being cut and the age of depending being lowered from 11 to 7. Children should not be punished for being born into poverty.
Oh, go through my notes. I know this. Okay.
Okay.
Pause it. Now, I just want to be clear also, as this guy looks for his notes on Snap. Literally a teenager who spent 20 minutes reading about this bill would know that SNAP is the second largest pool of money that is being cut in this bill. And this guy has absolutely no idea what this woman who asked her a question is referencing.
Let me check my notes on the whether I took food out of people's mouths.
And he's going to go, and he's not even looking for notes on the bill. He's looking for what the talking points are in a generic sense, because you can tell he's not even addressing any of this stuff.
Poverty.
Snap. Let's see. Snap talking points. Snap talk. Okay, here we go.
Okay. I knew SNAP was going to be an issue, and it's something that I know the Lincoln Food Bank is here. SNAP during COVID was greatly expanded for good reason. We had a lot of people that couldn't work. We had a lot of different programs that were expanded, inflated, added to. We want to make sure that people that can work are working. And again, our SNAP error rate in Nebraska is nothing compared to the other states, which means that states like Nebraska, under this bill, if enacted in its current form, are going to get a benefit by running a quality program, where states that continue to have an unacceptable error rate are going to see a continued reduction in funding.
Okay.
I think when the dust settles on the SNAP program, Nebraska will benefit from having a very well-run program. Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's...
Oh, everybody is going to get more. So we're doing so well. Therefore, I voted to end the SNAP benefits. Let's start with his first question and that he was given.
Bill he voted for.
Didn't agree, but we would have gotten so much done if I could do that 5 times a day in people's living rooms. I only share that because this is what I do right now, because it's what I know how to do. But I got to figure out a way to put my arms around those people that I think just want those answers. I know. Okay, next question.
Next question is, I'm concerned about the SNAP benefits being cut and the age of depending being lowered from 11 to 7. Children should not be punished for being born in...
Well, how is it that the age of dependence has been lowered from 11 to 7? You mean the age of dependence isn't 18? So you get to get kicked off your benefits if you have a child who is 11 years old? Interesting shit going on. This is not the one that I really wanted, I don't think. Okay, let me see if it's right here. I think maybe here.
Program. Now, the proof will be in the pudding, and I'm sure I will understand everything that's happening. I saw my friend...
Okay, pause it. So there's a...
Okay, next question.
Is please explain to all sides that Medicaid and Social Security are not being cut, and explain why the left keep up that myth.
Okay, pause it. So there's a myth that Social Security and Medicaid are going to be cut, according to this questioner. Now, this bill does not cut Social Security. This bill cuts Medicaid by any estimation, by anybody, by $900 billion. Now, in the final end, it may not, maybe it'll be a little bit less. But it cuts Medicaid in that amount. Now, Mike Johnson even agrees it cuts that, but he says it's all fraud and abuse. It's all Doge. It also cuts Medicare because it will be eligible for sequestration, cuts across the board. Watch how he addresses the cuts to Medicaid in this bill. And I will give you a spoiler alert. He talks about anything but.
And explain why the left keep up that myth.
Well, honestly, this is one of the concerns, the Social Security concern of the 8 women that I met with at the end of Columbus. Their chief concern was that the Social Security benefits were being cut. And the reality is, the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 specifically prohibits Congress from having anything to do to modify, change, reduce any benefit related to Social Security. So of all the concerns that some of you may have, your Social Security benefits being reduced are not one of them. However, you should know that in 2032, 2033, our Social Security Trust Fund will not be fully funded anymore. And there will be decisions to be made, which I hear people coming up with ideas. I think when you look at the Medicaid changes that we made, we did a very good job to avoid making Medicaid changes that affect patient care. And that is something that we will ultimately find out as we go forward. We hear more about it in the Senate. I'll have an opportunity to vote on it again.
There you go. There it
So
is. There's your Medicaid answer. It's not going to change patient care at all, except for it's going to have a lot less patients because millions upon millions of people are going to be booted off of Medicaid. And if a hospital is closed, can they provide worse patient care? I don't think so. I don't think they're providing any. So it's not going to change patient care. It's just going to be
fewer patients to care for. Fewer patients to care for. That's what it's going to be. Last one where he says he hadn't even read the bill. Let me share my screen with you on that so you can hear right here where he didn't even read the bill.
And then let me talk about Social Security for like the 90% of the answer. I mean, these guys are going out there and they have this is I don't know if it's a blood red district, but this is not a guy who is in any type of jeopardy of losing his seat to a Democrat. And this is his inability to answer these basic questions. He talks about anything but.
And explain why the left keep up that myth.
Well, honestly, this is one of the I will understand everything that's happening. I saw my friends from Lincoln Food Bank. They have some concerns as they came in here tonight. I'm going to be finding
if this star.
Hold on, I apologize. Yeah, this is the same one. I didn't hear him say he didn't read the bill on this one. Oh my God. Okay. They didn't read the bill. Where is this located at? Here it is right here. Let me, I knew this was him who said he didn't read the bill, but in the clips that I showed, it wasn't there. So I definitely want to show the clips where he admitted that he had not read the bill. That was my whole purpose for showing any of this. This is Mike Flood from Iowa. Here we go. I apologize for that.
Can you please tell us why you voted to approve a budget bill that includes Section 70302, which effectively prohibits federal courts from enforcing contempt orders, which would then allow current and future administrations to ignore those contempt orders by removing the enforcement capabilities?
So this is the part where any court can hold the administration, and including the Supreme Court, can hold any administration in contempt of court who does not abide by their orders. Now, it doesn't seem like all of this contempt of the courts that is going on in this administration, not one has held him in contempt of court anyway. But they definitely put this in the budget bill. Not that they took it up as a bill that they can vote for and hold their hands up who was for it and who was against it. It's in the budget bill. But now all of a sudden he hasn't read the bill, which is shameless either way. But these are things that should be voted on the floors of Congress and debated on the floors of Congress, and they're sticking shit like this in the budget bill. So what is his answer?
I do not agree with that section that was added to that bill. This provision was unknown to me when I voted for the bill.
Okay, next question. Next question.
Can you please tell us why you voted to approve?
How was it unknown to you when you voted for the bill? You didn't read the bill? Okay. Okay. This is your administration at work for you. So I think that's all that I have today. Let me see what you're saying. I wonder what the Palestinian protest leaders in the U.S. doing now. Oh, blaming the atrocities on Biden and the Dems. They're living in comfort while those in Palestine are suffering. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. I really appreciate everyone who came out to hear. I got the total wrong. I pray for the children all over the world. All over the world. You are exactly right. I just realized that 4547. I don't watch Star Wars, so I have no idea who you talking about. If it's not the first major names on Star Wars, I definitely. You mean I don't know. I hope it was Liz who isn't feeling well. Sleep does not come easy. Thank you, God. Let us all be grateful for what we have. I know that is true. I know it is so difficult while many people in Palestine suffer, but we must cherish the peace we have and freedom. Love to all. I hope you feel better. I think it was Liz who said you weren't feeling well. Can you imagine how much that operation to repay everyone who had to pay a tariff would cost to implement? Exactly. So that was their argument. You saw him read from this was their argument. Okay, so they mean nothing that they say, but these were their arguments. To get their way into doing what I was trying to find where let me see if I can find it under Laura Ingalls. Let me see. Ingram. I said Laura Ingalls. Laura Ingram. And Senator Kennedy. Now, while Senator Kennedy was on Laura Ingram's show, the news came in about the court saying that the Trump tariffs will be overruled. But then, okay, somebody else got it. But then, Foghorn Leghorn said. They say it was. Wait, well, how is the courts going to overrule two branches of government? We gave him the power to enact the tariffs. You are a motherfucking lie, Foghorn Leghorn. At no point did Congress give 4547 any powers to enact tariffs. What Trump did to enact the tariff, he signed an executive order, I believe, on his first day of office, which under an executive order, 4547 could in fact enact tariff above the Congress head. But when I'm so glad someone else caught this, because I cannot find it anywhere in its real time. They must have taken it off of Fox's programming, because he was sitting up there talking about something else with Laura Ingrams, and she said, "Oh, hold on, I just got word in. They have ruled that Trump. They have overruled Trump's tariffs." So it seems like, oh God, I thank God that he got it. Yes, he got it. Let's watch. Let's watch this. I wanted to share this with you. Last thing I'm sharing. You look how these senators lie. They were talking about something else, and Foghorn Leghorn was told that the vote had come in, and he lies. That how are they going to overrule two branches of government when the Congress and had nothing to do with putting in these tariffs? This was all a presidential order tariff, and the argument has been in DC, how 4547 had went over the Congress's head and made a fake financial emergency and did these tariffs on his own, not needing Congress. So if he had let Congress, if he had told Congress that these are the tariffs he wanted to enact, you see that people on the Republican side are against these tariffs. So it wouldn't have passed. So this is the only way he could pass them. And watch Foghorn Leghorn right here. If you are not surprised, subscribe to Jesse Dolomite. Thank God he caught this.
We just got other breaking news. Federal court just blocked the majority of Trump's tariffs. Senator, your reaction?
Yesterday, a three-judge federal court, a panel of judges, 2 Republicans and 1 Biden appointee, 1 Democrat, ruled that Donald Trump does not have, that he is usurping the authority of Congress with his international trade nonsense, all of these tariffs. The Constitution outlines that Congress has the duty, has the role, has the power vested in them by the United States Constitution to dictate trade and tariffs.
Period. I am so glad I cannot find this fucking video anywhere. I remembered, I saw it, I remembered it, and I thought I had stored it into my book, what do you call that? I thought I had saved it. I couldn't go back to it. He did a video on it, and he has it. I think they have taken it off of the Fox News site. Here it goes.
Not the president of the United States. It's a division of labor, a division of power, because they are co-equal branches, after all. You wouldn't think that if you paid attention to this Congress, because Mike Johnson has just laid down and let Donald Trump have his way with him and his powers that are granted him by the Constitution. And there was a moment yesterday on Laura Ingram's show with Senator Kennedy, he's like a Foghorn Leghorn come to life.
Oh,
and
shit. No, he don't. I did not see this. I just found this. All the world agree that this is a whole foghorn leghorn motherfucker. I didn't make this up. I did not see this. I was searching for the pure video. Hey, God is good all the time.
In real time, you get to witness him be lost. In real time, you get to witness just how stupid, feckless, and ignorant he is, because it's one of those moments where she's like, oh, just a minute, Senator, breaking news. A 3-judge panel just ruled, blah, 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 blah. And you see him in a 1,000-yard stare trying to grasp, what am I going to say? What intelligent thing as a sitting United States Senator am I going to say about this? And he doesn't come up with something. He
does not come up with anything, because what he did, he came up with a lie. That has been the argument. They're going to overrule 2 branches of government when only one branch, the executive branch of government, have put these tariffs in. He's going to try to act like Congress was a part of putting these tariffs on. That was the whole argument, you dumb fuck.
Talking about catching snakes and just a herpader, just a hayseed parade from the senator from Louisiana. It is a sight to behold. And one of those moments, this is a clip I will hold on to for a long time because it brings me much joy. Watch this, and then we'll talk a little bit about INEPA and the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. Gripping, thrilling, captivating stuff.
Senator, we just got breaking news. Senator,
ships.
Yeah, Senator, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We just got other breaking news. The big news tonight. A federal court just blocked the majority of Trump's tariffs. The Court of International Trade saying he overstepped his authority under an International Emergency Economic Powers Act. This was, I believe, the 3-judge panel. There was a Reagan appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Biden appointee on this particular panel. This was kind of widely predicted among those who study trade closely. So those European tariffs blocked. Senator, your reaction?
You mean that a federal judge has intervened with the other 2 branches' ability to make policy? I'm shocked. That hasn't happened since yesterday.
5 minutes ago.
Up. It'll be appealed. I think it's pretty clear that the president has tariff authority. Congress gave it to him. Now you can.
Congress gave it to him. When, bitch? When did Congress give him the ability to use policy about tariffs? It's Congress gave it to him. No, the Republicans Congress gave him anything he want by not using their powers and speaking up. But Congress didn't give him shit. He signed an executive order about the economy, thus giving him power to use the tariffs independently of Congress, you dumb fuck. What? They gonna go over 2 branches of government? The president has the power to interact on the tariffs. The Congress gave it to him.
Can debate whether that was a.
Look at the look on her face. She knows she's talking to a fucking idiot. What?
Congress gave it to him. Now you can debate whether that was a prudent move or not. But I think it's pretty clear that he has tariff authority.
Yeah.
And,
So this again.
When did this Congress gave it to them? Shit happens, and if every media outlet is not breaking down his door for an interview to ask him this question, it shows you have a shit poor bowing down to get everybody fucked over media in this country. And this is supposed to be media, but they said that these are entertainers that are on the nightly shows for Fox News. These are not news broadcasters. These are entertainers. So she's not going to ask them.
And
I
this
think
was
it'll be reversed on appeal.
Yeah. So they're going to go to the Supreme Court, Senator. It was a 3-judge panel, 2 Republican appointees on the court, 1 Biden appointee, and it was focused on the use of that IEPA statute. So that's where it was focused. But this is a long way out. This is gonna be challenging.
Well, sooner or later.
And why is she so happy? This is a long way out. We still have time for them to make a decision on this illegal bullshit that 45-47 has done in office. It's a long way out. It's still going to go to there's a before it goes to the Supreme Court, it had to be appealed to an appeals court. Even though they stayed the decision, they still have to go back to the court where they took it to, the appeals court to where they took it to, before they can even appeal it to the Supreme Court. So, we're not. Are we going to try? The judges did something wrong. Well, when was the last time the judges did something against the 2 branches of government? Yesterday. We're going to try to this week. These are leftist judges. Well, one is a Trump appointed, and I think she said a Bush appointed. 2 Republican judges and 1 Biden and 1 of his own judges.
The Supreme Court is going to have to address this. Those who oppose.
The Supreme Court is going to have to address this. They address you sending the Abrego, whatever his name, back home. Is he back home? They have addressed it. It's not about what the Supreme Court has to address. It's about rulings you like or rulings you dislike. You're okay with them addressing things as long as it goes with your plan, which many of your appeals to the courts have not gone your way.
The executive branch and those who oppose the legislative branch and are seeking recourse in the courts are at some point going to dig up more snakes than they can kill, because the judges are going to go ahead.
All right, Senator, I'm so sorry. We're up against a hard break. We appreciate you.
Did you see that? Did you enjoy that?
If
you live in Louisiana, it should scare you that these are the individuals that have been placed in power, positions of power, great power in our country. Louisiana has an outsized level of influence in American politics, too. MAGA Mike Johnson is from Louisiana. Steve Scalise is from Louisiana. Steve Scalise, the guy who said, "I'm just like David Duke without all the baggage." And Senator Kennedy. Now, look, this is obviously a rock solid ruling from a 3-judge, 2 Republicans on this panel of judges, ruling that Donald Trump is absolutely outside of his lane relative to these tariffs. That also, I believe this will come down to the fact that there is no emergency. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977, or IEPA, gives Donald Trump or any president emergency powers if something happens, a Great Depression, for instance. But when the economy is on the upswing and the markets are record-breaking, inflation is absolutely at a not just sufficient level, but exactly where economists want it when he took office, there is no emergency. You don't get to just say emergency and then curtail rights. You don't just get to say emergency and then grasp yourself as president more powers than the Constitution allows. You didn't hear that from John Kennedy, the senator. You didn't hear that from Laura Ingraham. No.
You
They
heard it
want
from
the
me.
executive, when there's a Republican in there, to be as strong as it can possibly be, the presidency.
That's
when
what
there's
they
a Democrat in there, and if there happens to be Congress, the Republicans in charge, they want Congress to be strong. It's just, there's no.
They want money. Oh, that's what they want. They want money. Ooh, that's what they want. That's what I want.
No sum and substance to it. The only rhyme or reason, if we're using the turns of phrase here, is that they want to be powerful. They want to rule. They don't want to have any respect or adherence to the Constitution.
They want Monday.
They don't want a democracy to be functioning.
That's what they want.
They want a Trump dictatorship, ultimately.
They want
And they'll do
Monday.
everything they can to get it, even if it takes more snakes than you can catch or whatever absolute hillbilly nonsense he said. Anyway, what do you think? I'd love to know if you're from Louisiana. What?
I think they want the Monday. That's what they want. Let me drop this link. Let me drop this link for this video. Go over there and give him a click and a view. Give him a thumbs up. That's what I want. All right, guys. I said. Well, I say. Well, I say. It's Rodney from Louisiana too. Well, I said. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me. I am so glad that I was able to find that, and what a channel to find it on. If you guys are not familiar with his page, what is the name of his page? Go over there and check him out. Jesse Dollamore. Jesse Dollamore is his name, the name of his page. I'm going to drop the link one more time. Go over there and give him a click and a view. And if you want to give him a comment, tell him that I sent you. Okay, so that's the link for this channel. He is very entertaining as well. Don't forget to go over to watch Reese Waters. Very entertaining as well. Let me drop the link for Reese Waters. Very informative. Oh, and that's where I found out. Did you guys hear about the museum that fell down in North Carolina? It was a historic museum of Confederate items. It was in a shed, and a tree fell on the museum, and the museum is ruined. I think FEMA, that may be a chance to see if FEMA's going to help somebody. FEMA may help this Confederate museum that was built in a tin shed, where you can go and have all your you can wax poetically about the good old days, the pre-war days, and all of that. All that shit was ruined. All of that shit was ruined. So go over there and watch Reese Waters tell you about the Confederate museum that was crushed by a tree shortly after the largest plantation in the United States had a mysterious fire that burnt it to the ground. If nobody's paying attention, it seems like the ancestors are paying some attention. So God bless you. Oh, damn. This is Reese Waters' link again. Go over there and check him out. Good content. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I thank you guys for coming. LOL, the loser shed. Come on. Peace and Reese had me laughing so hard. Oh, you saw it. Okay. You have a blessed day too, Jills. Okay, so I thank you all for showing up and participating with me. Don't forget, I'm having my next crafting event. I will put the date out soon. And this is what I'm going to be crafting. You're welcome to just sit in the chat, or you're welcome to craft with me. It is a easy item. I will give you all the cuts that you need. You can paint it, or you can stain it. You can paint it one color. You can paint it this way. You can stain it one color. You can stain it in different shades of stain. This is a wood pot product, and all of the pieces used, you definitely will be able to get your home Depot or your Lowe's to cut them, because the pieces are big enough that they will not refuse to cut the sizes of wood that you need for this project. Guaranteed. I said, guaranteed. Okay, so that is going to be my project coming up. Very cool. Cool chef. Enjoy your weekend as well. And I'll see you guys on the YouTube streets. Have a great one. All right, I'm out of here.